if they're weighing your free speech rights versus like national security or whatever, you hear many times in this where they say it has to be narrowly tailored. And is this law narrowly tailored? Well, the narrowly tailored part means basically, is this the least restrictive? Are there other ways that can accomplish the same goal that are less restrictive on the rights of the individuals? So that's what it comes down to. And there are plenty of other ways that are less restrictive. Like he pointed out with the disclosure, putting a disclosure, when you open the app saying, hey, this could be, this app is owned by China. They could be subverting your opinion and trying to, turn you against the government. They could put that and it should be our decision is basically what I'm trying to say. Let's see with the comments if anybody has anything to say in here. Yeah, it's an act by Silicon Valley to control the algorithm versus having competition. Absolutely. See, and that's the other part of it is basically what the government is why they're the only reason that they are signaling out TikTok in general. I mean, all the apps do the exact same thing. And if they're worried about political discourse and us turning against the government or having anti-democratic or whatever, all the apps are doing it. The only reason that they are challenging TikTok is, as we saw with the Twitter files, as we've seen with all these hearings, is all the other social media apps, Twitter before it was X, Facebook, Google, which is, YouTube, all of them censor, they work hand in hand with the government to censor our free speech, what the government deems misinformation or what the government deems to be a threat. They censor it. As we've all found out, many of us watching right now have been banned or censored or shadow banned or what have you on other platforms. That's not at all uncommon. So the only reason that they are signaling out TikTok is because they can't do that with TikTok because TikTok is not, it's China. So that's why they're, in my opinion, censoring, why they're signaling out TikTok. What else? Hopefully the court will be decisive and shut down the overreach right away. Phantom Facts, I agree, man. I agree. Although I don't think they will. What I think will happen is, I think, like I said, I think that they are going to either issue an injunction or they're going to do an administrative stay, essentially just halting the ban until Trump comes in and then figure it out from there. Essentially just give them more time to try to come up with another solution. That's what I think is going to happen. And I'm that would be good. If that happens, I would be fine with that. At least it would keep it here for now. But ultimately, yeah, I think the law needs to be struck down as unconstitutional because it really is. I did throw out a couple links. I sent a link to some other creators to come up here if they wanted to. Nobody messaged me back. I'll check one more time here just to see. I was going to have somebody else come on and if they wanted to talk, but it doesn't look like anybody else took me up on that offer. So I guess I'm going to go ahead and get out of here then. Anyway, so there you go, guys. That was the and so that was the TikTok ban, oral arguments, and also in the beginning of it, we watched the Trump sentencing hearing as well, which that is another whole can of worms. Like I said in the beginning of the stream, the hunters will very soon become the hunted as of January 20th. So all this lawfare that they're using, this Judge Merchant or whatever, he's going to pay for what he's doing. Even though that what he did was he basically just said that Trump is guilty of these felonies, but we're not going to censure him because he's the president. Is basically, not censor, I'm sorry. Trump is guilty of these felonies, but we are not going to sentence him because he is the president, is basically what Merchant said. And that's bullshit. Honestly, that's 100% bullshit. We all know from the start, it's all lawfare. It's a kangaroo court. The charges are baseless. They're trumped up. The whole trial itself was completely unconstitutional, even right down to the jury instructions, unconstitutional. Every part about it was unconstitutional. The gag order that is still on President Trump today, completely unconstitutional. And ultimately, here's the deal. Ultimately, Merchant and all them, they know that it's most likely is going to be overturned on appeal. So they're trying to get ahead of that now. And that's the only reason that they didn't impose a sentence on Trump. Phantom, sure. If you want to come up here, we can talk for a few minutes, man. Okay, let me send me a DM on X. Phantom Facts. Send me a DM on X and I'll shoot you the link there. Or what's your let me see. What is your, let's see if I can find you. Phantom Facts. Is it just at Phantom Facts? Is that you? Let me see. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm trying to send a link to somebody to come up here on panel with me. At Phantom Facts. Let's see if I can find you. Phantom Facts Society. Okay, I think I found you. Let me follow. Let me send you a link. Boom. All right. I just sent you a link, buddy. So if you want to come on up here, yeah, we can talk. But yeah, so so January 20th, the hunters will become the hunted. All these people, Jack Smith, Merchant, all of them, they're all going to pay for what they've done. The January 6th committee is going to pay for what they've done. Retribution is coming. Retribution is coming, guys. Yeah, sure, no problem, man. As far as TikTok goes, the other thing about TikTok is as they were saying, the algorithm is now here's one thing I don't agree with is the algorithms are very mysterious. I don't like that. But that's not just TikTok. That's something that we have to deal with all these platforms, X included, is the algorithms they use to push content to us, the algorithms they use to censor us. They're all mysterious and veiled, and nobody knows how or why or what rhyme or reason that any of that happens. And I think that needs to change. We need some transparency. We need transparency there. We need to know what, and even with the TikTok thing, I think if algorithms were more transparent so that we, give me a second. if algorithms were more transparent to where we knew how and why the content that we were getting was pushed to us or censored, upon us, I think that might be less of an issue. Because what scares Congress, what scares everybody is the fact that nobody knows how this is done. Nobody, it could be manipulated, but if we know how the content is being sent to us, is being filtered to us, then it would be a lot easier to recognize when that's happening and say, hey, this is happening, let's stop it. So one of the ways that they could help appease the government's argument, and like I said, the problem with a lot of us Americans have, and not just Americans, everybody around the world, is these algorithms. Like I said, they're very ambiguous. They're not. There's nothing transparent about them. We don't know how they work. A channel that you've never seen before will show up in your feed that has 10 subscribers out of the blue. Why? Nobody knows why. Your channel could have 600,000 subscribers and get 0 views. Nobody knows why. Well, I mean, you know why, because they're censoring us. They're putting filters on our accounts and stuff. But you don't know why the censorship is there, other than the fact that, that they're just trying to the government essentially is just censoring our free speech. So things need to change, and I think Trump is going to be on top of that when he gets into office on the 20th. He's already spoke out, and he said that he is going to try to save TikTok. He didn't specifically say he's going to stop the ban, but he said he's going to try to save TikTok. He likes TikTok. So that is promising. I would like to see TikTok stay around. And yeah, so that's that. We got Phantom here. Give him a second to get ready, see if he's ready. You good? All right. Go ahead and bring him up.
Thank you for streaming that whole thing. I don't know how I stumbled across it, but
hold on, I gotta put my let me put my earbuds in real quick so we don't get the echo.
Can you hear me all right?
All right, let's see if that works. Yep.
Can you hear me? Sorry about that. No, I was just saying thank you for streaming that.
Yeah, man, it's important that, it's important. Everybody needs to hear this. They need to know what's going on. Transparency is the key to everything. Transparency when it comes to the government, transparency when it comes to the police, transparency when it comes to our education system. Transparency is important. And part of that is just getting people involved. A lot of people, if they don't know what's going on, they can't make an educated opinion, an educated decision about what's happening.
Yeah, for a lot of people, this is, the first time. I mean, they've heard about the TikTok ban, I'm sure, but it's just to hear the arguments, and if anyone that is awake is listening to what these arguments that are being made, it is asking for the first step of complete censorship of the internet. And that's what they want, because they can't run their global agenda with us communicating with each other. And all the other people in Silicon Valley have agreed to terms. I mean, even Elon Musk and Twitter in certain ways have agreed to terms of what narratives are to be shared and not. And then you have TikTok come in, and their algorithm is, what's so unique about their algorithm is it's uniquely just based on you. And there's no outside influence being barraged at you every 5 reels. It's a platform that genuinely just keeps you in your own echo chamber. And I think people mostly now recognize that. and they don't like it because all these other companies, Facebook, YouTube, all these other ones, they'll be like, oh, okay, you've watched 10 videos, let's insert a little activism into your reel or get you riled up about something that normally you wouldn't have even known. I think it's a definite power grab by Silicon Valley and the State Department to try to shut down our rights to have information. Sorry, I get passionate.
Absolutely, man. And don't think for a second that if they were communicating in the back channels, working hand in hand with Facebook and Twitter and all them, don't think that they didn't play a part in it. Part of that was a quid pro quo, I'm sure, of, hey, you scratch our back, we'll scratch yours. And part of the, we'll scratch yours is we'll help get rid of your biggest competition, which is TikTok.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's they're going to the people that have affected their algorithm. These legislative politicians that are pushing this type of legislation, and now they're like, hey, we're getting hammered here by TikTok. TikTok came in overnight and just took over the scene, and I just listening to those arguments, I just can't see how they couldn't just. Why do you think they want to wait for the Trump administration to get in office before they do anything? Do you think they're trying to Well, I mean, why do you think that? I guess.
Well, one, it buys them time. Anything that buys them time keeps the app around longer, which ultimately is a plus, and it means more money for them, which is also a plus. But secondly, I think there's been a narrative shift. Same thing with the election. There's been they're not controlling the narrative anymore. The Democrats aren't controlling the narrative. And the same way that I think that even Congress, I think a lot of their opinions have probably shifted on TikTok as well, because now I've been seeing some Congress people, I've seen them come out against banning TikTok now that Trump has, because Trump has openly come out saying that he wants to save TikTok. So now it's popular, now that they see, and here's the thing, I think most of it is political for them, because they see it as a net win. They see that how big of a reach and how much social media matters when it comes to elections and stuff. So now they're second guessing the ban, even themselves, I think. But short answer on that, like I said, it's just, Trump is pro TikTok. So if they wait, then Trump can either pretty much like they said in the arguments, that he could just say, we're not going to enforce that law. So that means at least for the next 4 years, then there would be no ban, or it would just buy them more time to come up with another solution. So, that's what I think.
I don't have a business on TikTok, so I can see why you're invested in this. Yeah, I'm invested in it for the free speech aspect of it, because it's just, we all have to fight for free speech. That's our role as Americans. Give you a stand on my soapbox. The free speech is the most important thing. If you start losing that, it all falls apart. But
I agree.
The Supreme Court, its ruling it's unconstitutional and null and void it. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, absolutely. And the Supreme Court doesn't always get it right. I mean, there's been many instances where they've made really bad rulings, some of which have been overturned, and some of which have not yet been overturned but need to be.
We eugenics law. I don't know if you've ever dived into eugenics, but there's a great book called I can't remember, but it's about a Supreme Court ruling in the 20s. About imbecile is what the book's called. Imbecile. about sterilizing American citizens against their will, and it was upheld by the Supreme Court 8-1, and it's never been overturned to this day, and it's just one of those things that just is in the law, that if the time ever comes, they can enforce it if they want to. So
does that have to do with like the fluoride in the water and stuff that they do to limit or make us impotent or whatever?
no, this, well, eugenics is interesting because it was actually Darwin had his moment, and then it was his cousin or his nephew adapted that theory into into the belief that what's the saying, survival of the fittest, also worked for psychology, and he created the first IQ test. He created all these standards for which you would gauge intelligence, and then it slowly morphed into, well, intelligent people should I'll try not to swear, I'm sorry, but intelligent people should breed with other intelligent people. And it was extremely popular in the Americas, so much so that in the early 1900s, you could go to fairs and have your genes tested and take the IQ test, and they'd give you a little card saying that you're like good stock, essentially. And people would use this as a ways to get dates at a bar and so on. And it was so popular. This is going to blow your mind. It was so popular that Hitler wrote a thank you letter to the main organizer here in America for his work on eugenics. And the German army, or in the Nuremberg trials, the German lawyers used as their defense the Supreme Court law of the United States from I think it was 1923. They ruled on it. Imbecile is what the book's called, and it's all about how a government has the right to sterilize you if they deem it necessary. And so, like, that's what I'm worried about. What you're saying, if you think the Supreme Court's just gonna, hey, we're just gonna say, put it to the side, see what happens, are they, that means 10, 15, 20 years from now, if it's convenient, they can, just bring that law up and use it to full force.
Oh, I agree. The only win here really would be them to just say it's unconstitutional and strike it down.
Yep. And they did that now this Supreme Court has a history of doing that when it comes to free speech. They did it with the churches after COVID. I don't know if you remember that. In 2021, they made it a point to do it within like a day. Like, it was like, yep, let's do your argument. Okay, yeah, no, you're crazy, unconstitutional. Boom. And it was done with. Now this, with Congress passing it, I don't understand. I guess I don't understand because like, they could have done that with healthcare, right? With Obamacare. Like, I can't remember if they did take it to the Supreme Court or not.
Yeah, they did. I think it got it. They
It didn't get shut down. I don't
remember what the ruling was, but
they told them how to rewrite it to make it legal, essentially.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's coming back to me now. But that was for a power grab for the, medical community. This is free speech. And these judges, man, I'm hoping that I'm using that point of reference with COVID in the churches, and I'm hoping that the same thing applies here, because I don't see the difference. I really don't see the difference. You could go to a church and be misled, and if eventually it turns you into a horrible person, and that works, if you become a horrible person, start killing people, well, then you have to face our laws because we're a republic. But you have the right to, practice your own religion, and you have the right to get your own news or get your own information from whatever source you choose. They can't dictate. It's so 1984, man. Could you believe? How old I don't know how old you are, I'm 37, but
I'm 37 too.
okay, all right. So like, I
Yep.
stumbled across Alex Jones probably 2010, 2011 on accident, and
Yeah,
I mean
around
the
the
guy,
same time for me.
he was just insane, man. He was insane. You'd listen to it, was enjoyable, like you get you riled up but then, like you do a little of your own research and be like, oh, like maybe
He's right.
grossly,
Yeah.
but he was right. And
Yep.
this war for information, we're we're at that point now where I have to get on a podcast. I have to make my own podcast, and I just have to keep telling facts, like because otherwise you're just going to start believing the narrative that's told to you, and that's what's beautiful, I think, about TikTok and X, is that for the first time, even YouTube, for the first time, normal people have a chance to interact with other normal people from other countries.
I
We're not
agree.
like we're not sitting here listening to a politician from their country talk to our politician. I can sit there and write comments to Pakistani man reacts to Arby's, and that Pakistani man is going to know what buckleberry sauce is and how delightful it is. And there's this bond between I think the citizens of the world we're seeing develop, and it does not bode well for any country, especially United States, who has, an empire to care for.
Yeah, that's the problem, is to get togetherness, with them. Anything that brings us together is looked at bad as far as a globalist perspective, because they want control, and they don't have control if we, because we have power in numbers, and they understand that, and that's one of the things that they're doing there.
Well, and
but
now,
go back to your other thing real quick is, yeah, the town hall aspect or whatever, how we just normal people talking now. That's what prompted me to do this. I'm an introvert. I'm slightly autistic myself, and I'm not a talker. I'm not a people person. I'm not, I'm not any of these things. But I feel that it's that important that we need to get out there and not only know the information ourselves, but those that us do know the information. I feel that it is our necessity, our duty to go out there and speak the truth, to put the information out there to these other to the people that aren't paying attention yet.
And I agree with you too. Like, we're one, I always hear people say this too, like there's like 50 billion podcasts, and I think there should be 50 billion more, because it's for the first time we're able to collect so many different perspectives, and really there's not a lot of there's very little hate that's developed in those connections, and people are slowly starting to realize, like, even we're millennials. I call us the elder millennials. That's how I like to view us. We're not
Yep.
the ones got just straight propaganda. We had a disconnect. We were blessed enough to have a disconnect from being tapped into the world when we were kids. And we got to see the transformation of people as they got computers in their homes, the transformation of people as they got cell phones, and the transformation as they got smartphones. And to any, elder millennial that was paying attention during that time, early on, I mean, like, I was completely sucked into it. Like, you had the rap battles going on and music videos and MTV, and Eminem was killing it. And you look back now, even the school system, the propaganda for Afghanistan and 9/11, all that stuff, would have been like Pearl Harbor, and how everyone we talked to viewed Pearl Harbor. Just this horrible moment, no question on narrative, just happened. So glad we went to war. And unfortunately, that same method of trauma that has worked so well for this, dark government, it can't operate with everyone with a camera. So the devices they use to try to control us has really been turned against them. And then the what happened with COVID, you had a mass awakening of people that probably would never have woken up. There's a high probability that most of the people that are woke right now and seeing what's going on would never have even tried to enter into that world. But the bar owners and the waitresses that were told that their jobs weren't valuable, we told a whole group of people that their jobs weren't essential. Think about the psychological damage that does to your population. And
Absolutely.
yeah, to be told that you have no value, your way of income doesn't constitute a way of means for you now. And then on the other side, you had the cleansing of the military. I
I'm
mean,
one of
they're
those people. I lost my business during COVID personally. That's what prompted me to do social media is I've been doing social media since then, but I had a sign business, an advertising business, and COVID came, it shut down every store. So there went my business. And then after COVID, the business took years to pick back up. I done went out of business by then.
yeah, but who didn't get hurt were the franchises, the big box stores. It was a huge consolidation of power.
Yeah, because they were essential. They were essential because the millionaires and billionaires, had the influence. That's the thing that I don't like is, those that have money buy a seat at the table. And I think that's bullshit. I don't think that's right.
Well, it isn't. And there is an awakening, I think. I'm going to step on some toes here, but the shooting of the CEO at United Healthcare, I don't ever advocate for murder. I don't think it's a good solution. Uh, but, and there shouldn't be a but there is going to be the reaction that you can see this. You can see this split between politician, whether it's Republican or Democrat, and the general populace of the American people. And they are dumbfounded by it because to them, one of their buddies got murdered for no reason other than the fact he was the CEO of a crappy company. Which the reason why they're so scared about it is because they're all CEOs of their own crappy companies or organizations or 501(c)(3). You understand what I'm saying here? Like the
Absolutely.
fear is among them. And so what's the reaction we see? We see 50 bodyguards walking with him to his jail cell, to his hearing. I mean, we're treating him like Lee Harvey Oswald. Meanwhile,
and what's that do? That is like that makes him look like even more of a martyr, even more of a celebrity by doing that. The pictures that were coming out were just insanity.
a huge disconnect. It's a huge and we see that and we're like, what they're hoping we see when we see pictures like that is, I was sort of thinking of doing something like that, but I ain't gonna do it now. That guy couldn't get away. Nobody can get away in this system. That's what they need you to believe. Like, and so he's going to be made an example, whether he's even the right guy. I mean, that's a whole nother wormhole. But we have a guy, we say he did it, and we're going to show you what we do to people who treat heads of business poorly. Meanwhile, this guy, Brian Thompson, the CEO, there's no discussion about, well, why him? I mean, it has nothing to do with the fact they had the largest denial rate of any insurance company in the United States, henceforth the world. And second, he was using AI to just automatically read through claims and deny service, and was implementing a service in which it was first call was automatic denial of any claim.
know firsthand, man. I had United Healthcare myself, and I left them about a year ago because it got so bad. When I was finally able to switch, I did because of how bad it's gotten. They just did, even emergency room visits that I went to denied. Like, how can you deny an emergency room visit? They said because I didn't have a. They did it twice to me. They said I didn't have a referral. I'm like, it's an emergency room. You don't get a referral to the freaking emergency room. Insanity.
Well, and that's just it, right? Yeah, there's a consolidation of power, and they've pissed off a high amount of people, but not enough to cause any type of substantive, movement. At least they don't think. But I am convinced, this new generation coming forth and observing these things, and the decay of our public school system at the same time. I think our generation is going to see significant changes, and I don't know if it's good or bad. I think Obama taught everyone that change doesn't necessarily mean good. It's just change. But there's going to be change. We're seeing a passing of the old guard to the new guard. You've got J.D. Vance coming in, who is a warmonger for for Asia. That's why they want to just get out of all these conflicts. Let let NATO and the EU fight their little war with Russia, and let's focus on China and protecting the Indonesia routes. And so either way, we're going to see some sort of escalation. And Trump's only got 4 years. If 4 years is not a long time, and then they're going to run JD Vance. And if JD Vance wins that, who knows, what type of political situation we're breaking out. Because I don't know if you saw this, Trump's already backtracking on Russia, Ukraine.
What do you mean?
Remember, while he was running, he said that he'll have that war solved before he even gets into office.
Oh, yeah.
Well, now he's saying,
here's the deal. Here's the deal with that. I think that the reason he is kind of changing his tune on that now is because he doesn't want to, like, he's even said that he hasn't met with Putin yet at all. He hasn't talked to him besides Putin congratulated him on winning, and that was it. But other than that, they haven't talked about anything substantially because he's worried about the look, the look of impropriety, especially because he's gun shy pretty much because of the, all this Russia collusion bullshit.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, and I think it's illegal for him to do anything until he is officially president, isn't it? Like, to have that type of
I'm not sure, but if it was, that would most certainly, they would jump on that in an instant to try to charge him with more crimes.
Right. But what he said in his most recent press conference was, this administration has complicated everything now because they just shipped long-range missiles over to Ukraine, and Ukraine's already used previous shipped missiles from us to shoot missiles 200 miles inside of Russia. And so now it appears that Trump's understanding of whatever that conversation with Putin was is that it is now a little bit more personal than just establishing a new border. That was my take from it. So,
I think
he said that. He's like,
plays a big part as well.
He goes, what administration would send long-range missiles like 8 days away from the new president coming on board and not consulted? So he's clearly upset about it.
I wrote an article you might want to read. Actually, maybe we can read it together or whatever. Or I don't know. But I wrote an article just outlining all the things that Biden has done in the weeks here leading up to, to the end of his presidency. Ever since Trump won the election.
But can I get a coffee? And I must refill my tobacco, if you don't mind. Can we take a commercial break? Is that possible?
Yeah, sure, you can.
All right. I'll be back. Let me remove myself from here. Oh, I think maybe you have to. No? I know I'm here. It's sort of nice.
Anyway, but yeah, I mean, all the things that Biden has done in the weeks leading up, or the weeks since the election until now, I don't see how anybody with a rational mind could look at his actions as anything more than treason. I mean, the things that he has done. I mean, he is letting terrorists, very, very dangerous Al Qaeda terrorists out of Guantanamo Bay and just letting them go. He is giving billions and billions and billions of dollars to these other countries like Ukraine. I mean, it's in Iran, and it's just like, and even the all the pardons, and with this pardoning Hunter, him considering pardoning all the January 6th committee, him pardoning the Cash for Kids scandal guy in Pennsylvania. I mean, all these things, and the border wall, selling the border wall. That's the other thing. The trying to sell off the border wall before Trump. I mean, all these things are, in particular, acts of treason. He's doing it to sabotage this country and sabotage Trump's presidency and his legacy. And I mean, I know presidents are immune from prosecution, but I really don't see how he can get away with doing that. I don't know if anything can be done about that, but I mean, that is straight up treason. We have the guy that's holding the highest office, and it's not. And by the way, we all know it's not him doing it. When I say Biden, we know that it's not actually him doing it. He has people pulling the strings behind him, whether it's Obama, or whether it's Soros or a combination of people. There are people behind him pulling the strings. So it's not Biden. His mental facilities are not there to be able to make those kind of decisions. But Biden is either way, he's the one that is doing all these things, and it's treason. It's treason. What is happening is absolutely treason. Let me unmute you. Hold on. You're back.
I'd like to see this article that you wrote about the thing
sure.
last few weeks.
Yeah. If you want to talk for a minute or two, I'll try to find it real quick.
What was that last thing you just said? The treason. Treason, yeah. And
all the stuff Biden's done.
Is it Biden though? I mean, it's what?
Yeah, it's not. People are pulling the strings behind him. I mentioned that too. He's not the one actually pulling the strings.
It's Anthony
Masters.
It's one Noodle Face. I forget what her name is. The former Assistant Secretary of State. I mean, it's all of these people in the State Department. It's just dirty. And for the last 50 years, we have never had a president independent of the State Department until Trump. And Trump wasn't even that independent from the State Department. He just deposed them on like 3 or 4 things. And that was too much for them. That's how much of control freaks they are over our foreign and internal affairs now. We've been doing we've been covering the terrorist attacks that happened from New Orleans to Las Vegas with the Tesla truck, and the shooters ties to all of them have ties to Fort Bragg, which just so happens to have the 8th Psychological Warfare Unit, the one of its kind for the Army. Oh, is this the article right here? Yeah, I'll go on that right now.
Yeah. No, you're right though.
Well, this is a
Um,
psyop. This is what that is. It's all a psychological operation that's being played all from here until inauguration. There is a huge psyop going on, and I don't know what it is. I can't put my pulse on it exactly. What the agenda
well,
is. Like, what do they know? Why are they so calm? Why are all the businesses cozying up to Trump? Even Trump said it. He's like, the first time everyone hated me, and now everyone's loving up on me. I, I just can't believe the Democrat Party, this huge war machine, is just going to just say, you know what, you're right, you won, and walk away. No terrified animal does that. Just gives up and dies. It's
yeah,
very odd.
no, they're planning something.
There is
There's
some
something else going on there. But besides Biden and all the trees and stuff he's doing, there's something else going on there behind the scenes. And one of the things I'm worried about in particular is the inauguration. I'm worried that they're going to try to do something at the inauguration. I don't know if you heard, but uh, they James O'Keefe, he just exposed the fact that I think Department of Health and Human Services or whatever, but they just put in a request to have a ton of like nurses and EMTs and stuff like that, supposedly on standby for the inauguration,
I think
which
Trump.
is
I think Trump knows something's up because it explains the rally at DC on the 19th. Why is he having a rally on the 19th, the day before his inauguration?
exactly.
And what are the rules exactly for the inauguration? Like, does it have to be in front of a bunch of people? Can it be a private affair? I assumed it could. Didn't Lyndon B. Johnson have it done to him on the plane? So, like, is he going?
Exactly.
Is he? Does he know what they have in plan? And he's just going to, let his body double take the hit and then pop up in the basement somewhere being read in on national television. Or yeah, I mean, because I feel the same way as you. Like, these little terror attacks, they're not significant enough for us to change the trajectory of the American people psyche, right? It's not big enough. It's sad, but I mean, we've been through school shootings, so we can deal with a truck running into a crowd. So
Exactly. I mean, sadly, I hate to say it, but that's almost become part of the norm now. I mean that's stuff that is not it should never happen here, but it does, and we've been kind of desensitized to it. Is what I'm trying to say.
yeah, yes, and they have to understand that as well. I think sometimes they're shocked by how desensitized we've become. Because we're desensitized to it because it's too much. You know, uh,
Yeah, I mean, they thought that by branding Trump a felon that would turn everybody against him, and it did the complete opposite. That's part of
happens.
the desensitization.
That's what happens when you make half your population felons. Like, I mean, it's not half the population, but there's the reason why the voting number is always 60 to 70, maybe 80 million per candidate is because there's at least how many felons are in the United States right now. I would love to see that number, total number of felons. I mean, I could probably ask Grok, huh? But
Well, that's because of the war on drugs, which is a complete sham. It's a failure. That did nothing. All that did was that was just pretty much what they did was when they stopped slavery, then that's when the industrial prison complex ramped up, and then that's when they started turning their tides on everybody and the war on drugs and using that to fill their prison instead of filling them with black people. Then they started filling them with people on drugs, nonviolent people that drug offenses.
Well, and the sooner it's 20 million felons in the United States. So I mean, what is that? An 8, 16? It's a lot, man. 330 million,
Yeah,
and 20 million of them are convicted felons, and now the American people know how easy it is to become a felon. You just have to piss off the right people. You know, that's what this whole charade has shown people. Like, it's either I'm going to just shut up and not say anything. There's that group of the German party in our world, and then you know, there's the others that have to, you know, either propagate it, or, you know, there's, you know, small little channels like us that I don't know if you're small. I don't believe you are small, but I'm small. I'm a small channel,
I'm
but
small. I mean, I consider myself small. I'm small potatoes, and comparatively, I mean, you know, compared to some of these other channels, but I
well,
consider
and
myself
that's the price.
small.
I feel like that's just the price you pay for having to, you know, have difficult conversations, because we are a culture of entertaining ourselves, and sometimes what happened was, and I don't know if you ever follow Tim Dillon at all, but he's got this hilarious rampage on boomers, and and it's true. What happened is that the generations that preceded us got to live a very nice life and got to enjoy the profits of being an early empire, and now, uh, because they were enjoying life so much, they didn't really want to deal with any real social issues that affected their community, as long as it didn't affect them. You know, they could go to Walmart and get out. They could go to Walmart and get a TV for $300, or they could go to Bob's TV and get one for 600. And the decision was easy. And now we're and the generations that follow us, but we're part of the generation now that's you know, sure, TVs are cheap, but you know, every to wash your clothes costs $200 a month, and electricity and equipment. And it's
Exactly.
yeah, it's the dying age of the empire, and the transition of power. You know, like we're seeing all the old rich people scrambling to keep their power by either appointing someone younger that will listen to them, or just Pelosi it and Biden it and just keep riding it till you know, you're incoherent. You
Ride the bus till the wheels fall off.
remember Feinbaum, the old chick from California?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember, she's like, so they're like, someone leaked it, and she's like this old 95-year-old lady, and she's like, my staff said we didn't leak those. I mean, it's like, Jesus Christ, you know, like the lady, they don't want to give up.
Need term limits in Congress.
Oh, I don't know how that gets accomplished.
I don't know either, but it needs to happen. And right now we have dinosaurs in there, and they are the swamp. They are part of the problem. And it's not
Well,
just Democrats; it's people like Mitch McConnell and all them too. You know, they're the status quo, and they're lining their own pockets above our interest.
well, and the problem though is there is a so now we know all the players and they're all dying, and we're so focused on the Nancy Pelosi's and the Chuck Schumers and the Mitch McConnells and the Lindsey Graham, that we don't we don't see the new generation uh, that's going to be in power as we're in our 60s and 70s, you know, getting ready to die. And and I think that's what's, you know, like people like JD Vance, Dan Crenshaw. You know, I want to believe Tulsi Gabbard's an amazing woman because I really like a lot of her stuff, but everyone is greedy. That's the whole thing. And like,
Unfortunately, yeah.
you know, and the beauty of our country and the republic and the Constitution was, the problem with communism is that it told us this beautiful story, and then it just said do it, and it didn't take into effect that people are not machines, like they're individuals and there's always going to be greedy people that want to take advantage of the system. And the beauty of our country and our Constitution is we recognize the greed, and that's why we have term limits for a president. We say, hey, you serve for 8 years, get all your corrupt buddies, get all your, enjoy your little fun time. Essentially, that's what it is. It's a reward for being the best corrupt person. And then you get kicked out if you, after 8 years, no matter what. And someone else corrupt has to come in and build up their own little corrupt empire, and it resets itself. So sure, you're going to deal with corruption, but at least the corruption changes every 4 to 8 years, and maybe you'll be able to hop on some of that corruption. But the problem with what's going on is now we have a State Department that's running policy behind the scenes for the last 50, 60 years. And we just have puppets for presidents. You remember growing up and during the first oil crisis with George Bush Jr. with W, right after 9/11, and someone asked him like, "Hey, Mr. President, what can you do about the gas prices?" And you remember he was like, "Oh man, not much a president can do about that." And I remember being like maybe 12, 13, thinking like, "Wow, that's weird," And then I just believed that. And then Trump came into office and he promised to lower stuff. And I thought, all right, maybe like he's going to be like a 10 cents cheaper, or something like that. And he drops the price over half. And I thought, these motherfuckers, this whole time they told us they couldn't control any of this. And now you're telling me that you've been able to control it the whole time? Anyway, sorry.
They can control it as far as their pockets will allow them, pretty much. They, like I said, they have their own interest at heart above what's good for our society as a whole. And that's one of the things, like you said, we're a democracy, or actually we're a republic, but that's one of the things where it comes into place. Even though that we all are selfish and greedy in one aspect or another, when you combine us all as a whole, we hope that we equal each other out. I don't know if that makes sense, but enough of us get together and it's like, hey, well, that person's getting a little too greedy. Time to check them. And that's kind of what we do.
And that was the beauty of free speech, and that's why they want to get rid of it, because as long as we can have these conversations about how the Clintons did this, or Trump did this, as long as we can have these conversations, they can never fulfill what they really want. And how scary is that? They feel infringed right now when they've had the most control over a population that they've ever had.
That should scare the hell out of you. It scares the hell out of me.
They're asking for more. They're asking for more control. And there's never in the history of mankind been a country, and you can say what you want with China, but China, it doesn't hide the fact that they take all your data and punish you. America hides their credit score system through, insurance companies, and it's all delegated to all the other oligarchs.
Oh yeah, we have a credit score just like China does. It's just not on the table. It's not on the surface.
Yes, yeah. One throws the stone and hides its hand, and the other one just keeps throwing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let me see your article here. I'm sorry, I got way sidetracked.
All right, so let's look at it here. All right, so anyway, so I put this out a couple days ago. The final act of betrayal: how President Biden undermines America and sabotages Trump's legacy. Repost that. Anyway, as the Biden administration approaches its final days, what emerges is a pattern of actions that can only be described as sabotage against the United States and an intentional disruption of President Trump's incoming administration. From the release of Islamic terrorists from Guantanamo Bay to a series of
Stop right there. I have not paid attention to this aspect of the Biden administration. So what happened with these Islamist terrorists from Guantanamo Bay? I did not hear about.
Oh, I'm getting down to it.
Okay.
He just released 11 of them from Guantanamo Bay that were captured following 9/11. They were part of the 9/11 attacks. And he just released them, and supposedly he's going to send them to Oman, and Oman promises to keep an eye on them and keep them in check. But we all know that anybody that they released from Guantanamo is going to go right back and do the same thing.
Oh, you got them by name right here. It's
great. Oh, absolutely. I went in depth with it, man.
All right. Let's go. Usman Abd al-Rahim Muhammad Usman.
Yeah, so anyway, so blah, blah, blah. Releasing dangerous Islamist terrorists. In an act that can only be seen as a direct threat to American security, President Biden has authorized the release of 11 Guantanamo Bay detainees, many of whom were captured following the 9/11 attacks. Admin Abd al, I'm going to butcher these names, by the way.
I'll do the names. You just read what they're accused of. So
okay.
Usman Abd al-Rahim Muhammad Usman.
Accused of being an Al-Qaeda fighter.
Okay. Muad Azma Ahmed al-Alawi.
Alleged to have been a bodyguard for Osama bin Laden and involved in combat activities in Afghanistan.
Khalid Ahmed Qasim.
Suspected Al-Qaeda member held for his activities post 9/11.
Suhail Abdul Anam al-Sharabi.
Linked to Al-Qaeda operatives and training camps.
Jesus, I got what the hell? Hani Saleh Rashid Abdullah.
Another suspected member of Al-Qaeda.
Tafiq Nasir Awad al-Bahani.
Known for his involvement with Al-Qaeda in Yemen.
That's interesting because have you been following what's going on over there in Yemen?
I have not.
I mean, so for a while they were just talking about those, rocket attacks that they were, they made it seem like it was just a bunch of like toy rockets they were shooting at ships, but they were not. I mean, they were causing serious damage to shipping lanes and closing down that Strait of Hormuz. And it's a big issue because they've been bombed so much. They all live in tunnels now because Trump's first presidency, remember when he went to Saudi Arabia?
Yep.
So to get the Saudi Arabia support for dropping oil prices, what the deal that was made was, we're not going to participate in Yemen, but we're going to sell you, I forget how many F-35 jets they sold them, or whatever fighter jet. It was not the brand new one; it's the reliable one. F-16. So was that the reliable one?
I think that's the one we sold them. Yeah.
And therefore, you can fight your little war with Yemen. And so we pretty much just gave them a bunch of weapons, and in return, Saudi Arabia negotiated on our behalf for better oil through OPEC, and then also worked out for the Abrahamic Accord. But then, as soon as Biden administration came in, Saudi Arabia is like, oh, me and Yemen, we're cool now. And so now they're financing Yemen to finance attacks on Israel, Syria, and just be a disruptor. So I don't know what that means. I just know that's the activity that's taking place over there. And so that's interesting that this is, this person connected with Yemen and these Al-Qaeda connections. Anyway, all right. Is that who we're on? Omar Mohammed Ali al-Rama.
Accused of direct combat roles.
Sanad Ali Islam al-Kazimi.
Alleged to have connections with Al-Qaeda.
Hassan Muhammad al-Habib Atash.
Associated with Al-Qaeda operations.
Shakawi Abdu al-Ali al-Hajj.
known for multiple hunger strikes and involvement in terrorism.
And then Abd al-Salam al-Hillah.
Detained for his alleged terrorist activities. So yeah, that's all the 11 individuals there, and the decision to release these individuals to Oman under the guise of them starting new lives is not only a security risk, but also a slap in the face to the victims of 9/11 and their families. This move, just days before Trump assumes office, is a clear obstruction to his policy of keeping Guantanamo operational, showcasing Biden's disdain for national security and American interest.
I just want to mull on that a little bit. I've seen a lot of chatter from a bunch of former CIA people being on like the Rogan show, the Sean Ryan podcast, just like any famous podcast they can get on. They're somehow getting all these former CIA, agents that are just, good old Americans. And
there is no former CIA anything. Let's make that clear. Any of these people that claim to be former CIA, they're still part of it, and they're part of an op.
Are you in the morning as well? No. There's a great podcast called The No Agenda Show, and they made the exact same point you just made now. It's like you are never not in the CIA. You're either in the CIA or you're dead. Those are your options. And so that to me sounds like propaganda then, right? To have all these former CIA agents just willingly going on shows and hey, I've got this nice little nugget. I got this little nugget. This is going to happen if we don't do this. This is going to happen if we don't do this. And that's, I don't know if you saw the one with Sean Ryan, but man, he is just full of useful information on what will happen if we don't do the stuff he's talking about. And to me, that's just screaming almost like a veiled threat in a way. Like, hey, do you want a bunch of chaos, Trump? Is this the America you want? You want this guy blowing himself up or this guy blowing himself up? We serve a purpose, bro. We could stop it. We could stop it any time. And maybe if he doesn't play ball by the inauguration, they do it there. I don't know, man. Like, I saw a beautiful thing about well, it's not beautiful, but it makes you ponder. It said about MK Ultra in the 50s. They realized that post-traumatic stress prevents a person from exhibiting too much independent nature because of the damage that's done. A lot of time it forces them to conform and not be so focused on individual needs. And so once that was discovered through all the psychology that was being done at that time, mass traumatic events have always littered the American landscape, more so than I think any other country. And it makes you wonder, like, if you could get half of the country to be traumatized on January 20th, what are they going, what could they do? They've been trying to plug in that Iran's going to, try to kill Trump. Have you noticed that for the past?
Oh, absolutely.
And I think, like, man, to me, that sounds like 9/11 happened, so we have to go to Iraq. Like, I feel like the last thing Iran wants to do is assassinate President Trump and have the American army down its throat. They just want to be a regional power where Syria isn't getting picked off by the Turks, the Jews, and the Americans. They want to stay regionally stable. They don't want the American army to have any reason to come down there. And if you took out President Trump on Inauguration Day before he was set to do all these great things and then somehow was able to tie it to Iran, oh man, I'd hate to see, what that would convince people to do. I have the same feeling. There's something. They're too non-complacent. There hasn't been one riot about Trump getting elected. Have you seen one parade, riot, anything?
No.
This is the first.
Other than the handful of people out there in the Capitol, trying to on January 6th, trying to get them to not certify Trump, but that was only like maybe 24 people. It wasn't even they tried to make it out to be a big thing, but it was really only like 20 people there.
Yeah, I mean, when Trump first got elected, it was New York, Boston, Texas. I mean, Austin, San Antonio, Phoenix, San Francisco, LA. All of them had. Remember the pussy hats?
Yep. Absolutely.
Where is it?
Where's all that outrage now?
They're too. That's what I mean, dude. They're. Everyone's playing their cards very close right now. And I hope he makes it because I want to see what it looks like. I'm not going to say it's going to be perfect. I feel like a lot of people are going to be like, "Oh, it's time to party. Trump's in office," and that's the worst time to stop paying attention because that's where we get to learn about the new elites that are going to try to mess with us. Yeah, you got to pay attention. All right, I'm sorry, I got distracted. You can yell at me too anytime, man.
I personally think that Trump overpromised myself or whatever. I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed because he's promised so many just great, amazing things, and a lot of people forget it's only 4 years. He's only in there 4 years.
Nope.
I have a hard time. I mean, I know he wants to, and he intends to honor all those commitments, but I just have a hard time believing he's going to be able to get everything he wants to get accomplished done in that 4 years.
I think I'm just going to throw this out here. What happens if the roles were reversed? What happens if Congress had term limits and presidents didn't have term limits?
That's a good question.
Because really, the president is dealing in foreign affairs that have to be approved by Congress. But you need to have some sort of stability to operate with other world governments that operate on
Well, actually, wouldn't it be? Well, no. I mean, it wouldn't be the same as it because even like Britain, they elect a prime minister and stuff, but the prime minister is basically just like a figurehead kind of.
Right.
And that's kind of like what a president would be if the roles were reversed, I would suspect.
Well, and I think the beautiful thing about the British monarchy is that they have complete control. They have complete control. You'll hear this argument made, but it's just a figurehead position. It's just blah blah blah. No, to this day, these guys, the monarchy owns all of this land. The royal family does. It's on lease for however long they decide, and at any time, the king could just march in and shut it down. Just be like, "Yep, it's over. You guys are nuts. I'm going to take control." And they would have to abide by that because those are the rules of Parliament there. And so that's why you always see the presidents, no matter what. Since I was a kid, every president's been to where? Buckingham Palace, because that's where the real power. That's where the real power is. And the British people, don't really get, maybe they do and they just love it. But I think for us, keep the elections every 4 years for a president. But if the president's doing all right, why does he have to stop? But with Congress, that's your community. That's your state. Those are your people. Who's the Speaker of the House now? Thune, Republican Thune from South Dakota. I'm originally I just moved from South Dakota.
Yeah, that's the Senate. Johnson, he got elected again for Speaker of the House.
Who's what is it's House, and then Johnson's Speaker of the House.
Yep.
What is Thune's position? He's not in
Senate. He's Senate Majority Leader, I think.
Right. Yes, yeah, that's right. So Thune is I know Thune, like not personally, but he's from South Dakota. I'm from South Dakota. We grew up less than 20 miles from each other. I eventually moved to Iowa when I was younger, but all my family's from South Dakota. My cousin's niece is the assistant attorney general for the state of South Dakota, and this is no good. Thune is no good. That is a person who is of the McCain world.
I 100% agree with you.
And I have seen him go roundabout with local radio hosts defending indefendable positions against Trump too, half the time. So
very anti-Trump.
Yeah, and so I mean, it's just and how does a guy like that get elected in South Dakota? You know what I mean? In South Dakota, Kristi Noem, I go on about her too. She's got several.
With McConnell, McConnell keeps getting, and Lindsey Graham, all these people, they keep getting elected over and over and over again, despite the horrible things that they're doing and how they're taking advantage of everybody that they're supposedly their constituents.
It shows the power that congressmen have, and that's why they need term limits. Somehow they convinced, and I wasn't around for the Roosevelt time, so I wasn't there for a third-term president, but he didn't even go a full 3 terms. You know what I mean? Like he went 2.5.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to what you're saying. If we flip flop that, I'm not opposed to that. If Trump were get another CERB, say 3 terms, and I just I think we definitely need term limits in Congress. I think it's less important in the presidency, but definitely more important in Congress.
Well, and then your Secretary of State has your administration's interests at hands, because you don't have to worry about 2 years in if he wants to run for president. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, think about all the frustration that comes from having to rebuild your foreign affairs committee, and you can see Russia's frustration with it. Like one year they're promised this, the next year it's like, hey, promise it, and then the following, after that, we're like, oh, our bad. Don't worry, we're not doing it again. And then, that's at some point it's going to come back and bite us all in the butt unless we fix this term limit issue. Give them all term limits. Do that. It'd have to be what's that, an amendment by the states? Have you ever seen that article? I forget what that is, what the official legal term of it is. But if over 70% of the states agree, they can hold some sort of convention of states, and they can impose a amendment to the Constitution to bypass Congress and the president.
Actually, that goes into part of one of the things. I don't want this to be an all-day thing. We've been on here a long time, but one of the things that I was talking about was actually, I think we need to have a new constitutional convention and bring our Constitution more up to date. I'm not saying we need to change. I don't think we need to change the Constitution, because that a lot of things in it need to stand. But I'm just talking about, hold a convention to pretty much just bring it more up to date, up to current times, modern times, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. It'd be something to see, and we might in our lifetime. My bad, bro. We have to get out here for a minute, but it was nice talking to you. I do a show every week.
Yeah,
So if you ever want to hop on that, we can have a nice discussion about that too.
Okay, yeah. We got let's see, we got like 22,000 people in here, so go ahead and plug your thing. I put your channel in the comments so people can go follow you. Go follow at Phantom Society. I know he's on X here, but go ahead and tell them who you are and where they can follow you and all that.
Phantom Society, and me and my co-host Chris May, we've been doing the show for a little over 4 years now, and we're a podcast for the curious mind. That's been our whole goal. Talk to anybody, listen to their perspective. You can call into the show if you have something that applies to the discussion of the night. We want to hear your perspective. That's sort of the basis of our show. Check out if you guys want to check out our last episode. We had an interview with Flor Kelly from Haiti. Fascinating interview about what happened with the Haiti earthquakes. Paul Walker showing up there unannounced, and of course our favorite villains, the Clintons and the Bushes. So, but it's a little under an hour interview with her. She's from Haiti, got family still living there, and really eye opening as to what happened. So, thank you for letting me come on the show and just BS with you, Constitution.
Yeah, I'm Colin, by the way.
What, Colin?
Colin, yep.
Colin, I'm Corey.
Nice to meet you, Corey.
Man.
But yeah, sure, man. I'm glad to have met you, and you're welcome anytime, man. You know, if you want to come up when I tend to only do lives really if it's something major going on. You know, like if Trump's giving some kind of speech or if it's something like this. But I mean I am. That's another thing is I'm thinking about doing my own podcast thing as well. So,
well, yeah, man. Like we love to talk about, like we've been dealing a lot with the Fort Bragg issue lately, and the PSYOP center. What's so funny? The PSYOP center at Fort Bragg is conducted in a building called the JFK building. JFK Center.
Oh, you know more. I just know that they got something going on down there, and that's my gut intuition. But you sound like you have actual detailed knowledge of dug more deep into that.
It's 100, and it's all public knowledge. You can go online right now and type in 2003 Psychological Operations Handbook on Internet Archive and read 432 page handbook that they published in 03. And go to page 234, because the Smith-Hunt Act, when it was repealed in 2013, allowed all of those tactics that are written in that book to be used on the American population. And so this is the type of operation that runs out of Fort Bragg. This is the headquarters of that. And to have all of these people from Fort Bragg operating out of Fort Bragg, and I'm not just talking about the recent terrorist attacks, but I'm talking about people like Tim Kennedy. There's several other of these now famous podcasters and TV personalities that all come out of a psychological operations unit in Fort Bragg. So there is more to play at here with what's going on, and I'm not saying we know, but we're like you, man. We see what we see, and we just tell people, and we hope that someone else has something else to offer to us, and it's just an exchange of information, and we move on and tuck it away and use it for future life. So. Yeah, I appreciate it. So I'll get out of your hair, but thank you so much, man. I'll definitely keep an eye out for you.
Yeah, for sure, man. Like I said, thanks for coming on. I kind of wanted to have somebody afterwards to go over this stuff with, so I'm glad you came on, man. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I know what it's like to be left without a guest. It's one of the horrors of being a podcast.
Especially when you're kind of an introvert like me, anyway.
Yeah, I get it, but I was loving your analysis. It made me want to come on and just talk to you about it, because your take is spot on, and like this article, like people watching this and following you, they are better off for having you in their feed, because there's so much disinformation out there, and especially on X, but there's a lot of good information out there, and it takes work to find the good information. And if you can find it, like well-researched article like this, man, you're an asset to everyone that follows you. So thank you for your hard work, and we all play our little role in the information war. So
I appreciate you saying that, and I agree. So thank you very much, man.
all right, have a good night.
You too. All right, guys. So that's pretty much our show today. Thank you for tuning in for me. That's all I got for you. Make sure you guys follow me and share this stream out so more people see it. I think it's good conversation that we had, and stuff that more people need to do, and more people need to listen to all the facts and get their own opinions. But you can't do that without discourse. Discourse and free speech is paramount to everything. And that, back to why this whole TikTok ban thing is so important. So anyway, that's our show today. Thank you guys for following me. If you want to support what I do, you can either buy my products. You go to Project Constitution, TikTok.com, or if you want to donate, I have Cash App and PayPal and all that, which is at Project Constitution or $ Project Constitution if it's Cash App. But anyway, that's it. Thank you very much and have a great day. Peace.
State and federal courts in Florida. In 2014, he was brought on as a terrorism prosecutor at the U.S. Department of Justice, prosecuting terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda and Al-Shabaab. From there, he went to work in national security for the House Intelligence Committee and then in the first Trump administration. He worked on the National Security Council, where he handled hostage rescues, among other sensitive missions. He also served as principal deputy for the acting director of national intelligence and later as chief of staff for the acting secretary of defense. Mr. President, as I said, the FBI has lost trust among the American people in recent years. Much of that much of that stems from a perception that politics has infected the FBI's important work. And it's not hard to see why. In just the last few years, the FBI field office in Richmond, Virginia, circulated a memo suggesting that traditional Catholics could be violent extremists. In 2021, the Attorney General infamously instructed the FBI to work with local law enforcement to target parents who attended school board meetings. And of course, there is the FBI's apparent double standard when it comes to investigating President Trump and its repeated failures to cooperate with congressional Republicans. Mr. President, the next director of the FBI needs to focus on rooting out politics so the FBI can enforce the law, uphold the Constitution, and keep Americans safe. The Bureau also needs a renewed focus on empowering the FBI's field office to be good partners to local law enforcement. I'm encouraged that Mr. Patel has the support of the National Police Association, the National Sheriff's Association, and multiple state attorneys general, all of whom will be his partners in law enforcement should Mr. Patel be confirmed. We've unfortunately seen that no community is immune from crime, terrorism, or illegal drugs. And we need all law enforcement working together and focused on the real threats facing our country. I look forward to working with Mr. Patel to restore the integrity of the FBI and get it focused on its critical mission. Mr. President, one of the most significant accomplishments of the first Trump administration was the passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. This comprehensive bill reduced tax rates for every income bracket, doubled the child tax credit, nearly doubled the standard exemption, or I should say the standard deduction, and enacted pro-growth policies for American businesses of all sizes. And what were the results? A growing economy, higher paychecks for hardworking families, millions of new jobs, small business growth, higher than expected federal revenues. That's right, higher than expected. Government revenues since the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act have exceeded projections by roughly $500 billion. An end to corporate inversions, which is the practice of moving U.S. company operations overseas for tax purposes. Practically every aspect of the U.S. economy was strengthened by this pro-growth legislation. And contrary to what my friends across the aisle like to claim, it was middle-class families, not wealthy Americans, who received the largest proportional benefit of the tax cuts. Now, let me just repeat that, Mr. President. It was middle-class families, not wealthy Americans, who received the largest proportional benefit of the tax cuts. Working families benefited from this legislation. Working families ended up with more money in their pockets. Working families had more breathing room because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Anyone who pretends that this wasn't the case is either ignorant of the law or being deliberately deceptive. Mr. President, the income tax cuts for individuals are expiring at the end of this year, along with a key small business tax cut called the Section 199A pass-through deduction. And none of our top priorities for this year, or I should say one of our top priorities for this year, is extending this tax relief. But not just extending it, Mr. President, making it permanent. As I and several other Finance Committee Republicans noted last week in a letter on this subject, and I quote, "A temporary extension of these pro-growth and pro-family policies is a missed opportunity. Businesses need certainty while investing in their companies, and taxpayers should not fear tax hikes due to congressional inaction," end quote. That's it in a nutshell, Mr. President. Hardworking Americans shouldn't have to live in fear of a tax hike every few years. And businesses need a clear picture of the tax outlook so that they can plan for the long term. Mr. President, making the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent would protect hardworking families from uncertainty and ensure that they can keep more money in their pockets. And it would have significant long-term economic benefits. The National Federation of Independent Business reports that making the small business Section 199A deduction permanent would result in the creation of an additional 1.2 million jobs annually, with that number climbing as the law goes on. And the Tax Foundation reports that long-run gross domestic product would increase by a substantial 1.1%. The President has called for making the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent. And I'm committed to ensuring that any tax bill we consider does exactly that. We have a real opportunity to improve the lives of Americans both here and now and for the long term, and we can't waste it. Mr. President, needless to say, drafting major tax legislation takes time. And Senator Crapo, the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, has been doing an incredible job laying the groundwork for a permanent Tax Cuts and Jobs Act extension. But there's still substantial work left to do to arrive at a bicameral agreement. And we have to take the time to get it and do it right. As we continue to move full steam ahead on this key part of the President's agenda, however, there are other pressing priorities that need to be addressed immediately. When the President's border czar was here last week, he emphasized that the administration cannot sustain its effort to deport criminals here illegally without additional funding. And the last thing we want is to delay other parts of the President's agenda, like border security, while we do the work needed to arrive at a tax agreement that can pass both houses of Congress. That's why the Senate is moving forward on a two-part legislative plan to accomplish our and the President's top priorities. The first bill we consider will address immediate needs like securing the border and other key national security priorities. The second will focus on making tax relief permanent. The budget resolution we are taking up this week will address the border security part of the equation. And then we will take up a second budget resolution for the tax portion. I want to thank Chairman Graham for doing the work to get today's resolution to the floor, and I look forward to passing it later this week. Mr. President, I look forward to taking up that second budget resolution as well in the not too distant future to prevent a $4 trillion tax hike on hardworking Americans and making the individual and small business tax relief from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to Patel nomination be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Vote to motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kash Patel of Nevada to be Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Kash Patel of Nevada to be Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Fisher, Justice, Marshall, Moran, Mullen, Rounds, Sheehy, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt, Rochester, Cantwell, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Murray, and Warnock. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks. No. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick. Aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz. No. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines. Aye.
Haven't heard that.
Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. No. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan. No. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan. No. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. No. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego. No. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden. No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders. No. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis. Aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Johnson, Aye. Mr. Bud. Mr. Bud. Aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. Aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer. No. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin. No. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth. No. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. Aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. No. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch. Aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner. No. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mrs. Moody, Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. King, Mr. King, no. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Cornyn, Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Britt, Mrs. Britt, aye. Mrs. Capito, Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Moreno, Mr. Moreno, aye. Ms. Ernst, Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Smith, Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Husted, Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Shaheen. Mr. Shaheen, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy,
Yeah, oh, I'm totally.
aye.
And I need to make sure that.
Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no.
If you guys are just joining us, this is the Kash Patel confirmation hearing. The final vote, this is the cloture vote, and then the final vote is at like 1 o'clock or 1:30, something like that. We're going to be through with you throughout the day here. Stop what you're doing right now and please repost. Everybody watching, all 1,100 of you, please repost this stream out there to get it to as many people as possible. I want the world to know. I want everybody, every single American citizen, I want them to know which one of their senators is working for Trump's agenda and which of them are voting against it. And I want them to see with their own eyes. So I want everybody possible to be watching this stream so they can know that fact themselves. So please share the stream out. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Gillibrand. Mr. Gillibrand, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye.
We have 51 yeas, 47 nays. The motion is agreed to. Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Kash Patel of Nevada to be Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
I've never liked calling too much attention to today's date, February 20th. But I figured my birthday would be as good a day as any to share with our colleagues a decision I made last year. During my time in the Senate, I've only really answered to two constituencies: the Republican conference and the people of Kentucky. The first group trusted me to coordinate campaigns, to count votes, to steer committees, to take the majority, and on 9 occasions, to lead our conference. Serving as a Republican leader was a rare and, yes, rather specific childhood dream. And just about a year ago, I thanked my colleagues for their confidence, which allowed me to fulfill it. To the distinguished members of this body, I've had the privilege to lead, and I remain deeply, deeply grateful. Today, however, it's appropriate for me to speak about an even deeper allegiance and even longer standing gratitude. 7 times, my fellow Kentuckians have sent me to the Senate. Every day in between, I've been humbled by the trust they placed in me to do their business right here. Representing our Commonwealth has been the honor of a lifetime. I will not seek this honor an 8th time. My current term in the Senate will be my last. I've been a student of history my entire life. I can't remember the last time I didn't have a stack of biographies or political memoirs on my nightstand. And I know well how tempting it can be to read history with a sense of determinism. Assuming that somehow notorious failures were inevitable, that crowning triumphs were predestined. And in either case, that lives and careers followed orderly paths. This, of course, isn't how things work. And I've never had to look further than my own life to recognize it. I've never lost sight of the fact that without my mother's devoted care, a childhood encounter with polio could have turned out a lot worse. That unless my father had taken a job in the bluegrass state, my interest in politics might have run a course somewhere else. But if it weren't for an 11th hour outside the box idea on the campaign trail, my Senate career would have been over before it began. Or that, if not for the people of Kentucky, time and again, agreeing that leadership delivers and electing me to send back here, it would have been someone else from somewhere else taking that seat at the table where I've had a chance to work, strategize, fight, and win. I grew up reading about the greatness of Henry Clay, but there were times when the prospect of etching my name into his desk in this chamber felt like more of a long shot than making it to the major leagues. I got a front row seat to the greatness of Senator John Sherman Cooper of Kentucky as a summer intern in his office. But at so many moments in my early career, the idea of following in his footsteps felt more distant than the moon. So the only appropriate thing to take away today, apart from a healthy dose of pride, is my immense gratitude for the opportunity to take part in the consequential business of the Senate and the nation. Gratitude to the people I represent, Kentucky's families and farmers and miners and service members and small business owners. Gratitude to loyal friends, dedicated volunteers, and talented staff who've helped me serve much better. Gratitude to this institution that has repaid my devotion so generously over the years, and to so many colleagues who've become great friends. Gratitude for my family's support. And in particular, my ultimate teammate and confidant of the last 32 years. Elaine's leadership and wise counsel in their own right have made her the most seasoned cabinet official in modern history. On top of all that, her devotion to me and to Kentucky is a lot more than I deserve. When I arrived at this chamber, I wasn't coming with a governor's statewide executive experience or a House member's appreciation for Washington dynamics. I knew my hometown of Louisville, and I'd spent the previous few years working hard to learn what mattered to folks all across the rest of the Commonwealth. And yet, within weeks of swearing the oath, sure enough, I was here on the floor talking with colleagues from other far-flung corners of the country, discussing solutions to a farm income crisis and infrastructure challenge that affected different states in the same way. I learned quickly that delivering for Kentucky meant finding the ways the Commonwealth's challenges were actually tied to national debates. Seeing to it that major agriculture legislation remembered Kentucky farmers and particularly included when they needed extraordinary assistance, like the tobacco buyout. Making sure that nationwide steps on transportation infrastructure included resources for modernizing the Brent Spence Bridge, which supports billions of dollars in economic activity in Kentucky and the surrounding region. And with the trust of a local community, finishing the task first assigned by President Reagan, the safe destruction of America's legacy chemical weapons at the Bluegrass Army Depot. So efforts like these have spanned the length of my Senate career. And I've been humbled each and every opportunity to help Kentucky punch above its weight. Of course, the Senate has to grapple with foundational questions that reach even more broadly across American. In the appointment beyond the reach of representative politics.
Oh, he's
And to
freezing up
ensure
again.
that the men
Guys,
and women
see that?
who
He's freezing
preside
up
over them
again.
profess authentic devotion to the rule of law above all else. When members of this body ignore, discount, or pervert this fundamental duty, they do so not just at the peril of the Senate, but of the whole nation. The weight of our power to advise and consent has never been lost on me. And I've been honored to perform my role in confirming judges who understand their role. On this floor, there is no place to hide from the obligations of Article 1, the Senate's unique relationship with Article 3, or our role in equipping the powers of Article 2. Here, every debate over agriculture or infrastructure or education or taxes is downstream of the obligations of national security. Every question of policy here at home is contingent on our duty to provide for the common defense. One of the first times I spoke at length on this floor as a freshman, I was compelled to join the debate over strengthening the deterrence of America's nuclear triad. Whether to expand the U.S. military's hard target nuclear capability was an interesting question to pose to someone whose most recent job had been running a county government. But there, of course, was the founder's brilliance at work. The hopes and dreams of every American are tied up in our ability to protect and defend the nation and its interests. Every family traveling abroad and every worker and small business owner whose livelihood depends on foreign trade, they depend in turn on the credibility of America's commitments to friends and the strength of her threats to enemies. In turn, the safety and success of the men and women who volunteer to serve this great nation in uniform depend on the work we do here to ensure that enemies think twice before challenging them, and those enemies never face a fair fight. Thanks to Ronald Reagan's determination, the work of strengthening America's hard power was well underway when I arrived in the Senate. But since then, we've allowed that power to atrophy. And today, a dangerous world threatens to outpace the work of rebuilding it. So lest any of our colleagues still doubt my intentions for the remainder of my term, I have some unfinished business to attend to. In our work, most of us in this body develop an appreciation for the Senate itself, its written rules, its collegial norms, its pace of play.
Anybody else wish this guy would just shut the hell up? I can't stand this rhino bastard.
Or mourning what they perceive to be decline of its norms. Regardless of the political storms that may wash over this chamber during the time I have remaining, I assure our colleagues that I will depart with great hope for the endurance of the Senate as an institution. There are any number of reasons for pessimism, but the strength of the Senate is not one of them. This chamber is still the haven where the political minority can require debate. It's still the crucible in which jurists are tested for their fidelity to upholding the Constitution and laws as they were written. The Senate is still equipped for work of great consequence. And to the disappointment of my critics, I'm still here on the job. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator, North Carolina.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the members and staff and spectators in the gallery be allowed to applaud for a period not to exceed 30 seconds.
Is there objection?
All right, folks. So there you have it. Kash Patel has been officially confirmed as the FBI director. He is now the new FBI director. And it was a long, hard battle, and I was really worried if whether he was going to get confirmed or not. But in the long run, it looks like we got it done. Trump and Vance had been doing a lot of backdoor wheeling and dealing and got him enough votes to get him across the finish line. So he was the last major contentious hurdle. There's still some people in Trump's cabinet that need to be confirmed, but Kash was the last major contentious one, that we were really concerned about not being able to get the votes. The Democrats, by the way, oh boy, I got some videos for you. The Democrats are just melting down over this. They decided to have a press conference today in front of the FBI building. And let me show you what they decided to do here. Give me 1 second while I pull this up for you guys. All right. Make sure you guys can see that. And make it big for you. All right. So if you see this here, the Democrats are having a press conference, or they just got done having a press conference in front of the FBI building to bash Kash Patel. So they set up a podium, and on this podium it says "Block Kash Patel," and then underneath of it it says "An unqualified extreme grifter who will make us less safe." Wow. So yeah, the Democrats are just losing their minds. They are just exploding over there, falling apart. It's glorious. I love the chaos in the Democrat Party right now. I actually have some of these videos teed up for you. A few things from the hearing today, which I want to show you guys. Let me stop sharing this here. Okay. Let me see what I got here. Okay, here's one. This is Adam Schiff at that little press conference they did. This is him just throwing a temper tantrum, hissy fit, shitting his pants. He's shifting his pants. Adam Schiff is shifting his pants right here.
This is someone we cannot trust. This is someone who lacks the character to do this job, someone who lacks the integrity to do this job. We know that. Our Republican colleagues know that. The only qualification Kash Patel has to be FBI director is that when everyone else in the first Trump administration said, no, I won't do that, that crosses moral, ethical, and legal lines, Kash Patel said, sign me up. In the first Trump administration, as we are seeing in the second, you rise to the level of your sycophancy, and no one is a bigger or more dangerous sycophant than Kash Patel. This political hack does not deserve to be in this building. He can't do the job. He won't protect the public. He will misuse the resources of the Bureau. He will weaponize it against the president's political opponents rather than protecting the safety, the public safety of the American people. We will vote no. Our Republican colleagues, intimidated by this president and threats of primary challenges from MAGA world, may vote to confirm him. But as my colleagues have said, they will have to live with that vote, be accountable for that vote, and be accountable for all the destruction that Patel does to this premier law enforcement agency. We stand, us Democratic members of this Judiciary Committee, stand shoulder to shoulder with the professionals in the FBI, with law enforcement everywhere, and we wish our colleagues would do the same. And with that, let me
So how about that, folks? That's just one video. The Democrats absolutely melting down over Kash Patel's confirmation. Let's see. I got another one here for us as well. This is Senator Whitehouse, who's also having a conundrum, a temper tantrum here over Kash.
Judiciary Committee what crimes it was that he was concerned about that caused him to plead the Fifth. Kash Patel, mark my words, will cause evil in this building behind us, and Republicans who vote for him will rue that day.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
How's it going, Project? That clip is absolutely infuriating. I mean, what are these people doing? Was it like 5 of them standing out in the corner of a street with it literally looks like their podium was slapped together from Temu IKEA. And the fact that they can only get 5 people out there to muster warning, and these aren't small-time politicians out there, Project. These are the leaders of the Democrat Party within there. So look at that thing. What is that? What is that? My 11-year-old could make a better fucking sign. It's just, and what does that bottom part say? Underqualified extreme grifter who will make us less safe. Who uses extreme grifter when you're trying to get someone knocked out of the political arena and thinks that's gonna work? What was your take on this, Project, when you saw him scrambling out there to do this?
I am loving it. I think it's just hilarious that they are melting down. I'm loving the chaos. I'm loving the complete destruction of their party. They don't know what to do because Kash is confirmed, and they know that heads are about to roll, indictments are about to come down. A lot of these people that have been stealing from the American public for years and siphoning off money fraudulently and corruptly are all going to jail. And it's a glorious thing to see. It's a glorious thing to watch. And they're scared. They are running scared, desperate.
They are. I mean, Schiff, how many times did he lie and say he personally saw the documents that proved Donald Trump had colluded with the Russians? How many times did he go on public television, on CNN, on cable news, and over and over and over again lied? To this day, he still lies, and now I love this comment from Mrs. Blue Skies. He's projecting what they do onto Kash Patel, like how they weaponize the DOJ against all of Trump voters.
Absolutely. 100%.
There's a Dutch saying, no agenda always quotes, but essentially it means you are what you say I am. And I think we are seeing 100% that come to fruition with the Democrat Party, with Doge going in and all these people claiming that Elon's a horrible billionaire that's just stealing your data, stealing your privacy, stealing your money. Well, they are what they say he is. That is what they are. They were the ones that stole your money, that took your Social Security, that took your hard-earned taxpayer dollars and just threw it away. Gleefully threw it away and threw it away to their friends who hadn't worked a day in their lives. So to see them panicking like this, you're right. It is a good feeling. Who did we ever think we would see Shifty having a full-on panic right now?
This is someone we cannot trust. This is someone who lacks the character to do this job, someone who lacks the integrity to do this job. We know that. Our Republican colleagues know that. The only qualification Kash Patel has to be FBI director is that when everyone else in the first Trump administration said, no, I won't do that, that crosses moral, ethical, and legal lines, Kash Patel said, sign me up. In the first Trump administration, as we are seeing in the second, you rise to the level of your sycophancy, and no one is a bigger or more dangerous sycophant than Kash Patel. This political hack does not deserve to be in this building. He can't do the job. He won't protect the public. He will misuse the resources of the Bureau. He will weaponize it against the president's political opponents rather than protecting the safety, the public safety of the American people. We will vote no. Our Republican colleagues, intimidated by this president and threats of primary challenges from MAGA world, may vote to confirm him. But as my colleagues have said, they will have to live with that vote, be accountable for that vote, and be accountable for all the destruction that Patel does to this premier law enforcement agency. We stand, us Democratic members of this Judiciary Committee, stand shoulder to shoulder with the professionals in the FBI, with law enforcement everywhere, and we wish our colleagues would do the same. And with that, let me, this is someone.
Yeah, man. So, and another thing, he says that Kash is going to weaponize the DOJ after Trump's political opponents. What I have to say to that is no. They are going to prosecute the people that are corrupt, which some of them, yes, happen to be Trump's political opponents, but that's not the reason for going after them. The reason for going after them is all the corruption, all the money they've stolen from the taxpayers, all the lies and the secrets and everything that they've been doing in the swamp. That is what we're trying to end. And
this journey, man. This journey started for Americans. The awakening really started in 2008 with the financial collapse, and you had the Occupy Wall Street movement, which to this day, I forget who did this breakdown, but I think that was one of the biggest points in our history to have a protest that was not organized by a USAID agency or a secondary similar agency. It was a natural movement. People naturally started to protest on Wall Street. Do you remember that, Colin?
Absolutely. Occupy Wall Street or whatever.
And it wasn't a conservative movement. Even I would say it was probably more old school liberal, not the liberal we see today, but it was, I would say that sort of that centrist liberal it was Tim Pool's group of people essentially that were out there doing the Occupy Wall Street. Intelligent, college educated individuals were holding these protests. And there was an amazing chart of the racial divide covered in the news after Occupy Wall Street compared to before Occupy Wall Street. And I single-handedly think it scared the crap out of them so much that they decided then and there that they were not going to let a naturalist movement happen in the U.S. If anything, they would create their own. And so you had that happen, and fine. I mean, I remember the pepper spraying the kids, who weren't, they weren't even blocking anything. It wasn't like today's riots. And even some of those riots, they're not even riots. They're just stand-ins. But I just remember being shocked to see police pepper spraying kids who weren't even being rude, weren't even making, they were just standing in unison. And I think that awoke the first wave of millennials to what was going on. And then you had Glenn Beck come out, and Glenn Beck and the Tea Party movement took over the Republican Party. I mean, it was almost within 2 years. Within 2 years.
Oh, absolutely. I remember the Tea Party. That's about when I got into politics or whatever, and it wasn't it's not as big as the MAGA movement now, but that laid the foundation for the MAGA movement for sure.
And I think you watch the arc of Glenn Beck, because I followed him for a long time, and in 2016, when Trump became the nominee for the Republican ticket, he was in full meltdown mode because he had felt that his Tea Party movement, which, Glenn Beck was one of the originators of it, had created Donald Trump. And it just sort of shows you that the person with good intentions, sometimes they get caught so much up in their own morality that they lose focus of what's actually going on. And that happened to Glenn Beck 2015, 2016. Because the Tea Party movement, what stood out about it to me is I grew up in a very, if you know anything about upper Midwest living, is, you're kind to your neighbors. You do what you're required to do, and you just don't make a lot of noise and try to ruffle any feathers. And I remember driving by our courthouse and seeing 30 people out there holding Tea Party signs and thinking to myself, I had heard about this in DC or in, other big towns, but for it to be in Spencer, Iowa, a small little town of Spencer, Iowa, and people were so emotionally moved that they were willing to put their dignity on the line, which is a big thing to put on the line in the Midwest. And then within a year, they had like 500,000 at that concert in DC. I don't know if you remember that concert they held in DC. That was the first lie by the media about the crowd size. I don't know if you remember that little tidbit, but when they had that, it was like 500,000 people. And I can't remember what news organization reported on it, but they said it was like, 20, 30,000. And I remember Glenn Beck just being infuriated that they would lie about such a thing. And man, it was just, you saw these tactics, and they were sort of, the Democrats were finding their skill. The Republicans were the Democrats believed the Republicans were shattered into a million pieces. They thought they had won in 2016. And what they didn't realize is that there was this undercurrent of people who were just sick of the corruption. And the corruption, not by Obama or by, the corruption that had seeped into their small towns, which we later found out these people were funded by George Soros to seep into your small towns. But you didn't know that at the time. You just saw your town changing so quickly and talking to your neighbors, and they were equally as surprised as you were. But it didn't matter. They had removed the access to newspapers in those small towns decades before. So, of course, you weren't going to get any reports on what actually was happening.
Yeah. Soros, I'm not sure exactly when he started it, but Soros started backing candidates, candidates for district attorney, and getting all his people in there to start doing things the way he wants. And that led to these weak on crime prosecutors, and crime just rampant, where these people, we get these people go to jail for the same thing 10 times in a row and just let back out on the street. This led to a lot of these places now, saying completely abolishing the bail system altogether. It's all creeped in from the top down, and you're right. Soros is one of the big key players in that that started that problem.
I mean, he made the jump from politics in DC to it affecting your township in bumfuck nowhere, Egypt.
As they say, shit flows downhill.
Well, and he figured out and it wasn't. There's a problem here, and I'm guilty of it too. To just say that George Soros was the mastermind is not true. George Soros was the official scapegoat. Like, I feel all of these people got together in a room. George Soros drew the short straw. Like, all right, George, we're just going to have to finance it all through you. So you're just going to have to take the bullets, which was fine with George Soros because he raided his relatives' homes to sell their furniture during Nazi Germany occupation.
Well,
so
here's the
of course
thing.
It didn't bother him.
Here's the thing is, we think that Soros funded it, but now with all this being exposed through Doge, I wouldn't be surprised if we find out, just like with Bill Gates having all his funding through USAID, that he's supposedly Mr. Philanthropist, except he's been giving out all the taxpayer money is what he's been doing. I wouldn't be surprised if the same thing happened with Soros, if he wasn't funding all these DAs and shit using our taxpayer money through NGOs and stuff through USAID as well. I mean, they just an article just came out. I don't have it queued up, but the story just came out. I think it was yesterday that there was however many, like $10 million, something like that, linked to a nonprofit earmarked for what's that woman, that black woman in Atlanta,
Stacey Abrams.
Stacey Abrams, yeah.
And you know what? I just want to pause for a moment and give a shout out to Mo Fax, because he called this 3 years ago about Stacey Abrams being used as the funnel for these funds. And he was on top of that as it was happening. So kudos to Mo Fax for calling that out. But you're right. This is, I mean, for the rest of the people, we wondered why she was being forced down our throats. And now we know why.
Yeah, I suspected. I didn't have any proof at the time. Now the proof has come out. But I suspected, that she was definitely handpicked and the one that was being funneled down through the Democratic Party.
Well, and look at her involvement, her involvement in getting out to vote. And I forget what organization she was tied to that supposedly only had $100 in their bank account before they received their millions of dollars of funding. But
shell company.
Exactly. She was being used as a shell company, and it was worse than that, right? It was maybe the original Act Blue. Would you say that's a fair assessment, where it was untraceable money coming in and then being sent out to prosecute political opponents?
It certainly seems that way.
I mean, all this stuff was happening in Atlanta. The whole Trump getting arrested in Fulton County, Fannie Willis and her lover, which I don't know how he ever got it hard for her, But that's it's discussion for another
I
day.
know, right?
Ugh, ugh. Guys who love money, don't trust them.
Nope.
But I mean, that's huge, dude, because the argument about how they went in front of 60 some judges and all the judges threw the voter fraud cases out.
Yep, but that's all bullshit because they were not thrown out on the merits. They threw them out on technicality bullshit.
And for people that have not been abused by their government, that's what they do.
Absolutely.
That's what they do. Look at I got a clip right here I wanted to share while we're waiting. This is you remember Chris Matthews, the esteemed journalist for NBC.
Yep.
Yeah, look how far they've fallen, dude.
It's unbelievable. And then he treats little countries like Ukraine like they don't matter, Europe like it doesn't matter. He's the big boss at home and the big boss overseas, and nobody stands in his way. And I watch the Democrats and the media too. It's very hard to take on a firing squad. A lot of bullets coming your way. All I mean.
This lady in the green, she's like, why are you yelling at me?
At you, and you've got to shoot back in all directions at the same time. This guy's taking down the Congress. He's taking down the rights of the American people. He's the big boss overseas and back here. The big boss. Listen to him. Do what he says. Nobody's saying that. Chris Murphy's trying. I keep waiting. Who's going to stand up?
He's making a lot of noise.
Who's going to take a shot back at this guy?
The hell was he saying? I can't even make heads or tails of that. When is somebody going to take a shot at this guy? It's just the ultimate. It's just the ultimate expression of desperation. They just literally have nothing and are using thinly veiled threats to basically be like, we can't stop this guy legally. We can't stop this guy lawfully. We can't do anything to prevent him from dominating us. So somebody needs to kill him.
And they are doing that now again. That like I brought up last night on the show is right now they are using violent rhetoric again against Elon Musk, against the people they've exposed, the people that he has working for him under Doge, against Trump as well, and they're using this violent rhetoric to try to radicalize people to commit violent acts of harm against Trump and Musk and all them, and it's already starting. We see it happening. We see the billboard in Washington D.C. that they put up, eliminate Elon Musk. We see these attacks on these Tesla dealerships. Where someone put a note taped to the door that said, "Kill Elon Musk." They're when they can't do what they want legally, then that's when they do this.
Well, and I mean, we are not out of the woods yet. We really aren't out of the woods yet. These people are not just going to roll over and have their whole lives destroyed with transparency. You know what I mean? Like I'm legitimately concerned of what could happen here. Yeah. Yeah, I think is we stay on our toes and pay attention, because if they see an opening, man, they're going to try to take it. And now that is Kash Patel officially confirmed for FBI director?
Yep. He just got officially confirmed. They waived the, I think, cloture vote or whatever. They, at the beginning of the hearing, they made a motion to waive the cloture vote and do the final vote. And he just got confirmed, I think 52 to, don't quote me on that. I forget the number. I think it was 52 to
47,
something.
52.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's officially confirmed. He's now in there, which is great. but about to, which I'm going to get back to that in a minute. That's our main topic. But on all of the violence and everything against Elon Musk, this is something that just came out just a couple hours ago from Leading Report. Trump administration has initiated an investigation into alleged threats made by Democratic lawmakers against Elon Musk, specifically naming Chuck Schumer as the target.
Wow.
So it looks like Trump is fighting back, and they're not gonna put up with this shit.
Wow. Well, I feel like we should have a segment, Colin. I'll have to create a little jingle for it. But the liberal meltdown of the day. I mean, something along that lines,
Yeah, I would love that. I actually, the Australian, I forget what's the name of them.
Pitbull Super?
Huh?
Pitbull Super?
No, there's an Australian news place that does liberals losing it or whatever, and they do that once a week or whatever. And I love that. I watch it every week, and it's like one of my favorite things.
Well,
they scroll TikTok and everything else, just looking for all these liberal people just losing their minds, and it's glorious.
But that's honestly what's going on right now is liberals are losing it, and yeah, it's enjoyable. I'm not gonna lie.
I got another video queued up from Mark Mullen here talking about Kash Patel, but this is why they're worried right here.
Hey guys, today's a big day. We're going to finally get Kash Patel into the FBI, and he's going to become Director Patel. So here's the lay of the land. This is what's going to happen around 11 o'clock. All the time has ran out for the procedural motions for the Democrats. So we'll move we'll invoke cloture, which because he's a director, not a secretary, he only has 2 hours to debate. So round one, between one and two, we'll be able to confirm Kash Patel as the next director of the FBI. Now, a lot of people say, well, what does the director do? Well, the director is like the CEO of a company. The director's over the FBI. They set the mission focus. They will brief Tulsi Gabbard. They will brief the president a lot of times on a daily basis. They will look over the homeland. So they will be looking over us, making sure that the terrorists aren't getting a foothold, trying to prevent the next, God forbid, 9/11. That's their job. The problem is they've been distracted for years because the way that the Democrats have misused and mishandled the FBI. Instead of being focused on the terrorist, they wanted to focus on what they call domestic terrorists. That's the Jan 6 people, and that's going after President Trump. What Kash Patel is going to do is expose hypocrisy within the FBI, going to expose the corrupt behavior and get them away from working for a party and get them focused on working for the American people. I will tell you, I have a lot of friends that are agents in the FBI. They want to do their job. They don't want to look over their shoulder. And with the Biden administration, they felt like they were constantly looking over their shoulder. They're excited about the idea of having Kash Patel let them get back to doing their job and what they signed up for. This is a great day for America. I think the Democrats are a little bit concerned, but they should be. Thank you for letting me fight for you and I and all of America.
Oh, it's beautiful. I'm sure Mitch McConnell voted no. If it was
actually, I think he actually voted yes this time.
Oh wow!
Don't hold me on that, but I think I heard that he voted yes.
Here's my liberal friend. He posts, I don't know, once every couple days. It's always Trump related. Always. This one is Elon's been rewarded $1 billion in new contracts in 2 weeks. Nothing they are doing is about saving money. It's about funneling public funds into the hands of billionaire predators.
Oh boy, it sounds like he's about to get a defamation lawsuit.
I just, you know, this. How could you care about predators now? What about the 15 years we've been screaming about Epstein Island, about the Franklin cover-up? But now,
I think we lost you there, Corey.
Oh, can you not hear me?
You're back.
Okay. No, I'm saying, have you ever heard about the Franklin cover-up?
No.
I hadn't either, and I was 2.5 hours from it, dude. The Franklin cover-up happened in the 80s. It was the precursor to Epstein Island. And there was a foundation, an orphanage, a big orphanage called the Boys and Girls Club of Omaha, Nebraska. And politicians were funneling kids out of this place and flying them internationally to be handed out as sex slaves. And not just that, man. The stuff they uncovered that was going, and this is, mind you, like late 70s all the way up to 88. The stuff that they found, and it was it was the Bushes, it was Democrats, it was all of them. They were flying out. You know how the famous story about the missing kid on a milk carton?
Yep.
So the very first kid to be put on a milk carton was stolen off the streets by this child trafficking ring out of Omaha, Nebraska.
Interesting.
And he was shipped to California, where he was put into a cage with another kid stolen off the street, viciously raped, and then released out of the cage and shot in front of a film crew that was taping a snuff film. That's what happened. And that was going on in Omaha, Nebraska, the hub of it. So this, I mean, when they destroyed this group, the Epsteins came along and created their own group and absorbed the people that were left over from that. Absolutely, integral part of American history that should be taught everywhere. That's not was how corrupt the system is, and it's no
CPS
coincidence.
Is involved, by the way.
Say what?
Heavily involved. I said CPS is involved, by the way, as well. Heavily involved. They CPS traffics children on the daily.
On the daily, dude. On the daily. It was in my little town growing up. That county, same thing. The corruption has spread into your community, and if you think it hasn't, then you don't know your community well enough. You should get off of Twitter and go to a city council meeting. Go to your school board meetings. Find out what filth is being allowed in your own town, because you'd be shocked. I moved to a small town in South Dakota.
Your ID at a DU.
My bad. Go ahead.
No. I didn't want it to start playing. It auto played by accident.
It's all good. No, I was just saying that that's why I'm excited to have Spike Cohen on, and maybe we can talk about that a little bit later too, because these are going to be, for the first time, I think we have a director of FBI that's willing to look into this. I mean, are we going to finally be able to track missing children in the United States by FBI? Do you know the FBI doesn't track missing kids?
They will now, I think.
Yeah, it's I hope so. All right, what were we going to play here?
Cash is. I got some things lined up here. This is from. I don't think he's the one that made them, but he put them out. Benny Johnson. He puts out a lot of these cool AI videos and stuff. I've got some cool AI videos about Cash, which are pretty cool. Let's check them out. It maybe 2 minutes worth. There's like 5 videos, but it's only maybe 2 minutes in total because they're real short each. So let's go ahead and play them all real quick.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's about right. You like that one?
It's pretty good. Oh, I love AI.
Oh yeah, me too, man. I've been playing around with it a lot actually. It's really cool to like the technology that like, oh my god, the deep fake stuff you can do with it now. It's so good, man. So good. Here's the next one.
Oh, that's competition right there. Benny Johnson.
Now I don't consider it competition. He's way bigger than me, man.
Oh, he is. No, you should absolutely consider him beneath you. Beneath you, Benny Johnson. He's not even on the charts. You're number 3 daytime political talk show on X, playing right now live before your eyes, and you're only going to find great content on here. I mean, sure, we don't have the Alex Jones voice. I haven't done enough hydroxychloroquine silver tablets, whatever he sells, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
It's coming. It's coming, folks. Stay tuned.
Isn't Benny the guy that just plays country music on his stream half the time?
No, Benny's one of the he's one of the top conservative creators or whatever, podcasts or whatever.
I only see him playing country music on his live. Well, you know, he might have some good points. I choose not to listen to the competition. You know,
I'm going to withhold my own personal opinion on him because, like I said, everybody has their place.
Oops, sorry, my bad.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. We got another one here. This one's pretty cool, too.
Friends, join us. We have a spectacle.
Also, it took 3 months to build, so I don't want to waste it.
I give you the War Wolf.
Oh, see.
That hits hard. That hits good today, especially after that little bullshit press conference they just gave.
Oh, I mean, the fact that they were the only 5 people out there, how do you think they felt? I mean, they're not dumb. They've got to know, right? They've got to know it's coming.
Yeah, I mean, the public is not on their side. Nobody's on their side. They didn't have a big crowd of people out there. It's just them.
Yeah.
And everybody knows they're corrupt. So it's, you know, nobody's going to support them.
Well, it's like Miss Blue Sky says, he's projecting what they do onto Kash Patel, like how they weaponize the DOJ against all Trump voters. That's exactly it. You are what you say I am. That's the
I
point.
learned that very early on when I got into politics. Is I figured that out very early on. Is the Democrats, anything they say is usually the exact opposite. Whatever they claim the Republicans are doing, it's usually confession through projection, and it's what they are actually doing. So I've learned that. So anything that the Democrats say, if you turn it around and really look at the details, you can tell that they're the ones that are actually doing whatever it is that they are claiming most of the time.
Yeah.
We gotta
Well,
go ahead.
well, I was just saying, like Alex Jones always said, whatever they name their bureaucracy, what it accomplishes is the exact opposite of what the name is. It's
Yeah, exactly. You could tell that even in the names of bills and stuff. Absolutely.
Planned Parenthood,
Or the Affordable Care Act.
World Health Organization.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Got another one here. We got two more left. That was a short little one. Cash blowing up the narrative. And then I saved the best for last here. This one will get you going, because I guarantee you we've all seen this commercial. This commercial has been unfortunately embedded into just about all of our brains, and once you hear it, this is the thing where the jingle you're going to be singing all day long, and you're going to be cursing me for playing this for you. So here we go.
877 cash now. 877 cash now. They help thousands, they'll help you too. One lump sum of cash they will pay to you. If you get long-term payments but you need cash now, call J.G. Wentworth. 877 cash now. 877 cash now. 877 cash now. 877 cash now.
That was my absolute favorite one of them all. Oh, you're muted, Corey.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now.
Dude.
I tell you what, whether he created it or whatever advertising agency, J.G. Wentworth used to create that, they're a freaking genius. Freaking genius.
I mean, even when they took it out of the rotation, it just is a trigger. As soon as you hear it, you're just like, oh my God. Is it 2005?
That and the what's the other? The other one is 8777 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids, or no, what? 1-800 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. That's the other one.
Yeah, there's a big scandal behind that one too.
Oh yeah,
I forget what it was about. There's a scandal with all of them though.
They're
They've been scamming us for a long time.
If you want to donate to somebody, donate to us. At least your money is going to something you love, something it's going right to the people you want it to. But God help you, please don't ever donate your money to any one of these charities, especially the Democrat charities. They're all phony. You're lucky if 1% of your money is actually going to the people in need that are supposedly the charities for. The other 99% is going stuffing right into the fat cat executives' pockets.
Yeah, help us out. If you like the show, you want to see more of us, drop us a little love. We provide value. We're a value for value network. If you use us to help you get through your day and you find value in that, throw us $550, $5, whatever you want. If you want to keep it anonymous, we'll keep it anonymous. That's fine. It's just we appreciate you finding value in our show. And I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening right now, dude. Like it's all happening fast and by design. And I think that's part of this meltdown we're seeing with liberals is they've never been forced to pay attention to the news. You know what I mean? Like, really, Biden, how many press conferences did he hold? Like 4? One a year?
If that, yeah. I think Trump is going hard and fast with all this intentionally because he's doing it quickly to not give the Democrats time to plan and counter what he's doing. The faster he moves on things and goes from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next, he just keeps them on the defensive so they can't go on the offensive. What's the best defense, or a good defense is the best offense,
Well, and that's just it, dude. Like they have just been blindsided, and their funding to hold these huge rallies has been taken away from them. They are no longer being financed for these rallies and marches, and all that money's gone. And that's why we're seeing 5 people behind a podium today be like, please don't vote in Cash Patel.
This is someone we can't.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, look at
Judiciary Committee what crimes it was that he was concerned about that caused him to plead the Fifth. Cash Patel, Mark.
I guarantee you these guys are going to be pleading the Fifth when their time comes. Save that clip. Save that clip.
Absolutely. Their time is coming. Their reckoning is coming, especially all the ones that were on the J6 committee. Their time is coming real fast.
Yes. Yep, it is. And it's hopefully it starts tonight, because Cash Patel promised us Epstein list day 1. Did he not?
Yes, he did. I thought I had that clip saved in the media assets, but I don't see it. It was Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck is the one that said something about it.
I'll pull it up here. Give me a second here.
Yeah, if you could find that, that'd be great. I'd like to show that to everybody.
If he doesn't release it in the next 24 hours,
I hope he holds his word on it, man.
I mean, here's another clip of him talking about it. It's on the Benny show. But Cash Patel went on there, so I guess we got to pay attention to it. But this is him talking about how he would do it, right? So this is how it would go about.
So are you, like, in closing here, I want to just be very clear. Republicans could get Epstein's list out now? Like, how would that process work?
Simple. One subpoena to the FBI. Give me the list. Oh, you don't want to give me the list and you're going to break the law and commit contempt of Congress? We're going to take your money. We're going to take Chris Wray's private jet. Taxpayer-funded G5 rides across the country to his Appalachian State vacation home, down to Georgia, and all over the rest of the place. That guy doesn't need a G5 government-funded jet. And the second you take that money, you get Epstein's list.
Okay. That wasn't the right clip there. My apologies. He was talking about how Congress could do it right away. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it here. Give me some time here.
Yeah, there's another clip I remember seeing where he said he's going to release the list on day 1. That's the one we gotta try to find.
Okay, here's him talking. Here's Glenn Beck
talking. Glenn Beck is the one that I had on it. If you find that clip.
This is him. This is him on the PBD show talking about that discussion with Cash Patel.
let's start where yesterday I was on your podcast, and I ended with something that surprised all of you.
Shocker.
And I know it's going to happen.
You know it's going to happen.
Oh, I know it's going to happen.
Glenn.
I know it's going to
No
happen.
is a powerful word.
I know it's going to happen.
Insane. Calling a shot.
Yeah, Babe Ruth. Here it is. Day number one of Kash Patel's tenure at the FBI. By the end of the day, he will release the Epstein files.
Oh my God.
Why is that so shocking to you?
No, but you said the caveat was what? If he gets confirmed. So my question to you is that what's the percentage of them actually getting in?
I don't know. Look at the betting markets. It was 80, 90%.
Okay.
Just last week. So
Okay.
it's high. Yeah.
So,
He's out of committee. He's on the floor, right?
No, he's not out of committee until Thursday. The Democrats stalled last week. He was supposed to be out of committee last Thursday.
Well,
They said,
we've
we've
got
got some other investigations we need to do.
Yeah. How many of the people on the Epstein list are big name on both sides? Not just one side.
Huge. Lots.
So when Trump was asked, I'm trying to see who.
All right. That's pretty confident. Glenn Beck right there. Did I lose you there, Colin? Play another clip here.
Just like the manifesto from the Nashville school shooting of
Yes.
the Catholic school.
Yeah.
We still haven't seen that, right? It's not the Nashville police or PD saying we don't want this out. The FBI airmailed into that operation and said this is not getting out. Because they do that because this is another government gangster operation. All these local law enforcement communities get funding from the DOJ and FBI for local programs. And if you don't cooperate, you're not getting your $1 million for this, and you're not getting and that's a lot of money to these local districts.
Who has Jeffrey Epstein's
Black Book?
Black Book?
FBI.
But who? That is that. I mean, there's.
That's under direct control of the director of the FBI. Just like the manifesto from the Nashville school shooting of the Catholic school.
Yeah.
We still haven't seen that, right?
So that's why they're scared, man. There are a bunch of reasons they're scared, but that's one of them. Epstein list, it comes out. There's a lot of people on that list. They're high up in power. A lot of people that are very influential. A lot of people that are CEOs of major companies. A lot of people named Bill Gates. A lot of people named, I'm not going to name names, but there's a lot of people.
There's a lot of people. It's, I don't believe it, dude. I won't believe it until tomorrow morning when I see this list. And if this list comes out, we're going over it one by one. I want to believe it's going to be out, dude. I want to believe Kash. We fought hard to get him in there. You know, like,
I believe him too, man. I want to believe it. I think he's going to do it. And I'm right there with you. As soon as it comes out, we're going to drop it. We're going to go live immediately and expose it. Expose them all.
a little fun tidbit for you. Take a little break from the Kash Patel talk for a second. It was on this day today that Dave Stacy crashed into Lake Lloyd in the 1994 Goodies Dash race at the Daytona. It's the last time a driver has ever crashed.
Coming off turn 2. David Huddle and George Crenshaw were also involved.
Dude, look at this wreck.
The race made the grass a skating rink, and Stacy's car slid all the way to the dirt embankment, flipped over it, and amazingly landed on its wheels in Lake Lloyd. Rescue workers waited for the 29-year-old Keenan, Ohio driver to clear the cobwebs before he got out.
little fun one for you. Give the people what they want. Bro, that's a bad day. I'm saying. That is a bad day. Could you find your clip here? Oh, you're muted there, Project.
My bad.
You're good. I was like, bro, that wreck was awesome. How could you just not say anything about it?
Yeah, no, it was definitely. You know who else is going to have a bad day though?
Who?
Vladimir Zelensky.
Yeah, he's having a bad day already.
His reckoning is coming.
Does he live? Do the Russians let him live?
I think it will depend on what Trump says. You know, if Trump's going to give the blessing one way or the other on that. If you see here, Zelensky, besides being a dictator now and canceling the elections in Ukraine, Zelensky has now blocked Truth Social across Ukraine.
I mean, are we surprised by this?
Not surprised by it, but you know, he's not too bright a guy though, because he's really biting the hand that feeds there, and he needs Trump. The only way that this thing ends peacefully with him still in power is if Trump says so, and with Trump's doing and through Trump's art of the deal. And Zelensky thinking that he is going to control everything and do things his way and continue this war and keep getting all these kickbacks and funding, he is sadly mistaken. Trump is about to teach that man a lesson that he will not soon forget.
Well, and this is just a reminder to people. This is what's going on in Ukraine, right? They are literally just snatching people from the streets and shoving them into the front lines. People who are single parents, people who are, got elderly family members they have to take care of. Doesn't matter anymore. And this is not, you can accused all the time that this is some sort of Russian propaganda, but no, they've shut down churches. And to me, that's a big thing. When you see free speech being taken away like that, they shut down churches. They're arresting priests, and they're bullying their citizens, knowing they are going to not win this war, a war that should never have been started in the first place. Honestly.
Yep. And then we got this that just came out today too, where Elon Musk just came out and said that they're going to audit all the money sent to Ukraine. So they're going to find out where, because even Zelensky himself, I think it was either 56 or 66% of the money is missing. They only got like roughly half. They only got roughly half of the money in aid, financial aid that we sent Ukraine. Zelensky, out of his own mouth, said that they only got half of it, and he claims not to know where the rest is. And we all know that's bullshit. It went right into the politicians' pockets, and he knows damn well. But Elon Musk now is going to investigate that, and we're going to find out exactly where that money is.
It's horrible, man. Welcome, everyone, to the number 3 daytime talk show on X. I am Corey with Phantom Society, here with Project Constitution on the Talking Heads podcast. Going over the great news that Kash Patel has indeed become director of the FBI. He will be sworn in by Trump, I assume, end of the day.
Yep.
And then we have been told that Epstein list is going to be made available day one. So is this going to be another Trump day one to ask for it, or are we going to be able to see it day one? Because whatever it is, we'll find out. We'll find out. I hope, man, I'm hoping the list is released day one.
Me too. Either way, though, it's good news. It means the reckoning's coming. We've now got Pam Bondi over at the DOJ. We've got Cash in the FBI. So we've got all the pieces together that we need to investigate and charge all these people.
I mean, there's going to have to be a day of reckoning. There's going to have to be a day of reckoning because you're not going to rebuild any faith in the Constitution until people are prosecuted to the law.
Nobody is above the law. Exactly. You know, these politicians think that they're above the law. These rich CEO tycoons think they're above the law, like Bill Gates and George Soros. No, nobody is above the law. We're coming after your ass, and you will be held accountable. And not the kind of bullshit accountability that they try to put on Trump, all these fake charges and lawfare. And no, we're talking real shit that they did. They're all going to burn for that.
I hope so. I mean, we'll see. We will see. I mean, if they can get this list out today or tomorrow morning and they make it a news cycle for a whole weekend, that'd be huge.
I suspect if he does keep his word and release it on day one, I suspect it'll be tomorrow. I think we're asking too much for him to do it today because he probably isn't even going to be confirmed until later this afternoon. So, and by the way, I'm sure they'll do another press conference and stream that live. So I can't wait for that. If I happen to be up and find see that when it happens, I'll go live and share that with you guys as well.
Yeah. Keep your eyes glued to X. Let's see what we can find out. I mean, whatever happens, we're now a month into the Trump presidency. We have gotten everything we have asked for. Doge is operating at full efficiency. And now we've got Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, and RFK Jr. All of them have been confirmed. Trump has lived up to his promises, and we're 30 days in, and this thing is running like a well-oiled machine.
It is, man. I couldn't be happier. Trump has kept every single promise that he's made so far. We've got Doge in there doing their thing. Elon Musk stepped up to the plate. He's doing everything that he said he promised. We've got not all the nominees are through yet, but we've got all of the controversial ones, all the ones that were going to be hard to get through are done. Cash was the last person on Trump's cabinet that was going to have a problem getting through. So I think that we have all the players now, and Trump's already been making the plays and setting the playbook, for the last 4 years. So we're just going to continue to see in fast succession, one thing after another, after another, after another. And it's great. Like I said, I couldn't be happier. This is what I voted for personally. This is what 70% or whatever it was of Americans voted for. And And yeah, I mean, we finally have a president that's doing everything that he promised, that he said he's going to do.
I mean, well done, America. Give yourself a pat on the back. And I mean, there's a lot of other stuff we got to figure out, but we're on a good start, Colin. I feel like we're on a real good start.
I agree with you, man. I agree with you. All full steam ahead, you know?
Full steam ahead, you know.
Anything else you want to go over? You want to end it, or you want to cover some news, or what do you want to do?
I mean, I think we got a good coverage. We saw Cash get confirmed. We saw one of the greatest wrecks from Daytona 500, and we got to celebrate watching 5 old men gather in front of a crappy podium, trying to convince the American public that the best thing to happen is not the best thing to happen. So I think we're good, man. I mean, should we run the playlist for a while? Maybe come back later this evening and see if any news breaks. We can hop back on the live stream.
That's actually a great idea. If you're cool on that with
yeah, if you want to send me the link to the playlist you made there, I don't have it pulled up right now, but you send it to me and I can get that pulled up. And for everyone else, all of almost 4,000 of you watching, we appreciate all of you for joining the show, giving us the time of day, enjoying this win with us. We record our regular podcast is Sundays at 9 p.m. Eastern. It's 7 p.m.
And you had that right.
7 p.m. Eastern, right?
Sundays? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, 8 p.m. Central, or so the 8 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. Central time on Sundays. Talking Heads podcast here on X and YouTube with me and my buddy Corey, Phantom Fact Society.
Yeah, and follow Project Constitution on X. He posts amazing news articles throughout the week. Really expand your perception of what's going on with this Trump administration and other news facts. You had a great one on the judges the other day. So go to Project Project Constitution on X. Go through some of his articles there. They're absolutely gold. Did you send me the link to that?
Yeah, I sent it in the private chat.
Yeah, you did. All right, I got it.
And follow Corey too at Phantom Society. He's on X as well as YouTube, but he is really good. He finds a lot of the stories that are off the radar. He finds a lot of the stories that aren't mainstream, that people aren't talking about. They're important, and you got to know them, but they're not popular. They're not mainstream. They're things that slip under the radar. He's very good at that. So you definitely got to check him out.
And we are working maybe on getting a nighttime stream, a late night stream for you to wind down to and listen to some of the crazier, not crazy, but other conspiracies out there that need to be addressed as well. And great interviews as well with people who've spent their whole lives investigating how the earth is flat. All the way from earth is flat to the Clintons defrauding and taking over Haiti. Like that wide range of little nuggets you can find on Phantom Fact Society. So join us whenever you can. Check us out on Spotify or wherever you listen to your podcasts. And we're going to go, I think we're going to start off with our exclusive with Jody Thomas and how the VA improperly awarded $10.8 million in incentives.
Let me do my plug. Let me do my plug real quick though before we do that. We have now if you like what this show is fan funded, we don't have ad revenue. Might get $20-$40 a month for ad revenue pay through X. So we're fan funded 100% here. So if you like what we do, if you like the show, if you like the stories I put out, if you like everything or the value we bring you, consider donating. You can donate in the links down below here. They're scrolling. The pay apps are all down below. If you don't want to do that, you can also join the Patreon, which I dropped a link in the chat for you guys. Patreon.com/Project Constitution. You can contribute there for anywhere from $5 a month all the way up to $100 a month, depending on what you want. And if you don't want to, do that, you can also, I sell products on my website, projectconstitutiontiktok.com. We sell trifolds and cop cards. What they are brochures or literature that teach people their rights when interacting with police. They tell you exactly what to say, word for word, what your rights are with the police. They teach you things like invoking your Fifth Amendment, not talking to cops, how to, that you don't have to show ID unless they have probable cause, not to let them search your vehicles, to don't consent to search, things like that. So you can also get those products. They're great to have. They also make great gifts for your family and friends. So Project Constitution TikTok.com is where you can find them. And another thing that you can do is something we're doing is anybody who joins the Patreon at the $20 level or higher, I'm going to send you everything I sell for free digitally. So you're going to get the trifold, you're going to get the cop card, you're going to get the pocket constitution, you're going to get all that for free if you join our Patreon at the $20 level. So that's a lot of value for you. That's a $36 value, and you can get it all for free just by joining and helping support us and support this organization and help us keep the lights on. So that's pretty much all I got to say here.
All right, everyone. Well, stay tuned. If there's breaking news tonight, tune in to Project Constitution and the Talking Heads. We'll be covering it. Have a good rest of your afternoon, everybody.
We will be back if when they do Trump, if they have Trump in Cash, swearing in Cash Patel or whatever, we'll jump in and cover that live as well, or I will, he will, one of us, as long as we see it. But so stay tuned, and until then, enjoy our playlist.
The cancer needs to be eradicated, and the cancer is the upper echelons of every one of these damn government agencies.
Yes.
They're embedded. Those career ones are embedded in there. They do whatever the hell they want to. They got their ass kissers and followers that, do every little thing and cover their asses and the whole 9 yards, but yet there's no freaking leadership. And we need leaders in there.
This story right here, I think we should finish on this story just to give an idea of how crazy it is. And Project, you came across this. Was this shared to you, Jody? Jody, did you share this with us?
No. Project got that.
Yeah, Project. I got
this one on my own, doing a little bit of research. And I'll go ahead and read it. But I'll tell you the gist of it first, and then I'll read it. The gist of it is Congress authorized incentives or bonus pay specifically to positions that require a lot, like extra effort, or that they're having a hard time filling the positions, or like if the private sector pays significantly more than what the government side would to try to even it out. So that's what Congress authorized. And what these people did, specifically Jessica Bongiorno.
Oh, say it isn't so, Project.
Oh, yeah. Specifically Jessica Bongiorni, I'm sorry. She took that incentive, and instead of doing it for what Congress wanted, she gave bonuses to her and all of the upper management staff within the VA.
Yep.
Blanket bonuses for people that already are making, I didn't share this, but Jody shared me the salary for this woman. It's over $200,000 a year already as your base salary. And now she added another, this incentive that they offers up to 25% of their base salary as a bonus. So that's another 25 grand. So right there, I mean, it's just ridiculous. And it added up to $10 million of waste that they were improperly pillaging for themselves.
Yep. And
anybody got to say anything before I start reading it?
No, it's so disgusting. I couldn't believe when you found this. It's a great find by you, Project. That's why you should give Project a follow on X, because he digs deep and he finds, I mean, and it ties into you, Jody, specifically, because you know this person and what, and what they did here. No, go ahead, man.
All right. On September 13th, 2023, VA Secretary Dennis R. McDonough was alerted by the Assistant Secretary for Management and Chief Financial Officer, CFO, John Richowski, that the Office of Management had detected unusual payment activity relating to senior executives. The preliminary data provided to Secretary McDonough by Mr. Richowski indicated that the VA had paid 367 senior executives more than $19 million over 2 pay periods in September, with another 21 remaining to be processed. About 75% of VA's entire senior executive staff. Mr. Richowski identified these payments as critical skill incentives, which that's what I was talking about Congress authorized. CSIs are a type of recruitment and retention incentive pay newly authorized for VA by Congress under the PACT Act, which dramatically expanded access to VA healthcare and benefits for millions of veterans exposed to toxic substances. In anticipation of a significant increase in new healthcare enrollments and benefit claims, the PACT Act included CSIs as a tool to enhance VA's ability to meet the projected staffing requirements. CSIs are available to an employee who possesses a high-demand skill or skill that is at shortage, at a rate of up to 25% of base pay. VA's first CSIs were approved in March 2023 for human resource specialists to support increased hiring. In the days following the CFO's disclosure to the Secretary on September 13th, more data was gathered to confirm details regarding the CSIs and determine next steps. On September 22nd, VA provided a statement to members of Congress, 16 veteran organizations, and others, indicating that the Veterans Health Administration, VHA, which that's where you work, Jody, right? The VHA?
Yep.
Okay. And Veterans Benefits Administration, VBA, had awarded CSIs to nearly all of their respective senior executives.
They are just that good. I mean, just look at any VA facility. It shows it's excellence. That's what they'll tell you, and that's what they'll show you on some freaking PowerPoint slide. But in reality, garbage. Sorry for interrupting.
No, it blows my
I was
mind.
going to say I'm getting to that, but go ahead.
Well, I was just saying it blows my mind that here we're like, okay, let's get some skilled labor in here. And so they give them this money to get skilled labor, and it doesn't go to any skilled labor. It just goes to everyone already working. It's like, hey, you know what? I am skilled. I'm going to, that's gross. It's gross.
This statement reported that the CSIs included payments reportedly totaling $9.7 million to 107 senior executives assigned to headquarters functions at the VA Central Office, VACO. VA also indicated that these payments to senior executives would be canceled because VA had made a policy error. And policy error, that's a little bit of an understatement. Was overly broad in the way it implemented and executed this authority. VA did not cancel the approximately 200 CSI awards made to field executives, that is, senior executives based outside of headquarters, including regional offices, district directors in VBA, as well as medical center directors and Veterans Integrated Service Network directors in VHA. That same day, Secretary McDonough also notified VA Inspector General.
You are seeing there former President Barack Obama sitting right next to President-elect Donald Trump. Of course, we don't know what they're saying.
welcome to the stage the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. Wealthy, wealthy, wealthy. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome to the show, everybody. I'm Colin, Project Constitution, here with my fabulous co-host, Corey, Phantom Fact Society. How you doing tonight, Corey?
Happy Wednesday, everybody. Thanks for joining us on a special broadcast of the Talking Heads. I mean, we're very excited to have ghost co-hosts of Mystics and Mythos on the show this afternoon, and excited for everyone being able to tune in.
Absolutely. And without further ado, let's go ahead and bring Ghost up and let's introduce him. How you doing there, Ghost?
We are we're in a O'Reilly moment here. Fuck it, we'll do it live.
That's right. That's one of the problems of starting your stream ahead of time. But
it really is. But we pay for those consequences for the great content that we've produced in the past. So it's really a blessing in disguise, if you ask it. Ghost, can you hear us?
Yeah. I was having some audio issues going on there. I'm old school. I'm using my iPhone hooked up to like this little thing I bought at Walmart. So
listen, we always blame the Chinese government if there's any malfunction. So obviously
they make all of our stuff anyway, right?
Right. Yeah, they don't want us to have this conversation, but we're going to have it anyway.
Well, they're probably sitting there watching in some way, shape, or form. I mean, they got AI doing all of that for them. So I really appreciate you all having me on. My co-host, Topper, he's the real experience to our show, 28 years retired Master Sergeant. He apologizes he couldn't be here today. But we are excited to be able to have the opportunity to talk about CMAC. And so thank you for having me on.
Yeah. And we sort of, what we do on this show is we love to get a little bit of your backstory and what led up to this whole really movement that's now happened since Trump has taken office, thankfully. And so that's what we're sort of curious with you, Ghost. Like what got you to this point?
Well, I served just shy of 21 total years in the Army, leading up to early spring of 22. And then Lloyd Austin started chaptering out a whole bunch of career soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines for refusing the corona vaccine. A group of these people, Colonel Teresa Long, Commander Ted Macy, Commander Rob Green, Jordan Carr, they were also in that group, and they went on to form something called the Declaration to Hold Military Leaders Accountable. And it now has, I believe, over 50,000 signatories to it, but they were among the original creators and 237 original signatories. And basically the aim is that, unlike in the civilian sector, where people could quit their jobs during the corona mandates to get the vaccine, and really we shouldn't be calling it a vaccine. We should be honest and call it what it is, which is a bioweapon. And so if you were in the civilian sector, you could quit your job. But if you were in the military, you're under a legal contract and you go to jail if you just don't show up to work. Like, they come and arrest you and they find you. It's desertion. And especially since the president had declared a state of emergency, which is a legal terminology that has application to the military. So anyway, I digress on that. It was all types of illegal things. We're all seeing it now. Trump and Doge and the wonderful team they have going on, they're exposing all of this. And in that same line of effort, a group of veterans are wanting to put together like an organization like CMAC, which is the Civilian Military Advisory Corps. And I know you have a copy of this. We have it posted on our X. It's right there on the screen. And this is just a draft concept that I came up with of mimicking and mirroring the current existing structure of the Department of Defense, but placing veterans who were in that career soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine category who got discharged illegally during the mandates, putting them in charge of fixing the DOD. I know that group of people that I referenced earlier for the military accountability. They have something called ComCap that they're trying to push, and that has to do with accountability for military leaders ordering illegal or emergency use authorization vaccinations, if you could even call them that. And so ComCap kind of does more than that. It's an overarching structure to fix the DoD in a similar manner to the way Dodge is doing it. And after my 21 years in the Army, some of it being reserve time, so it doesn't quite count for a full 20-year active military service career to get retirement. I was cut short a few hours before I was eligible for retirement, unfortunately. But President Trump is working on fixing that, and I know you probably have some questions on that as well later on. But the CMAC thing is an avenue for taking that invaluable experience from those, career service members, the mid-grade and senior grade non-commissioned officers, warrant officers, and commissioned officers, taking them, people who are far smarter than me, mind you, because I don't think the public face of this thing is going to be a bearded, wannabe SF former grunt, because I started off in the infantry and barely graduated high school. So the public face of this thing needs to be like a Dodge-esque type thing, I'm thinking, but it's basically dodging the DoD in essence, and it's going in there with a heavy hammer, really.
Well, it definitely sounds like a good idea. That's why I wanted to have you on the show. I support it. I think it would be, a benefit, a plus for, for everybody here and for our country. Let's go back a little bit, though. Let's go back to the beginning. So tell us a little bit about are you okay with talking about your military history?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, tell us a little bit about, where you were you stationed anywhere, or what you did in the military?
Oh, well, so I started off in the infantry after the planes hit the towers, and we could go off on a tangent on that one. I was a believer at one point, and now I see the truth. So I digress. Joined the infantry when I was still shy of turning 18, graduated a year early, and then shipped off to Fort Benning. Did a couple years doing infantry work here and there. Never deployed as infantry except in 2007 when we went to Afghanistan to pull security for a bunch of intelligence weenies. And then later on, I wound up becoming one of those intelligence weenies after having been on the Ebola response mission for the West Africa, Senegal response, the global response that happened. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was a big deal back in 2014. I never actually went to Senegal, but all of the train up, operations planning, and everything leading up to that gave me such invaluable insight for when Corona hit the scene. Like, I knew exactly what it was because I had worked with the top virologists in the world at the WHO and USAID. And the USAID thing, like, I have a manual up here on the bookshelf, and we talked about it in one of our podcast episodes recently. I just haven't published it yet. We have the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and whatever else. But yeah, so we developed kind of like the playbook that was then later used during the coronavirus pandemic. So that was pretty invaluable experience. And then after that, I was assigned to the interrogation battalion in Cincinnati, Ohio. My co-host Topper and I stood that battalion up from scratch. It was the first interrogation battalion in the United States Army Reserve after they received the mission. And then from there, I went on to Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and I was stationed at the headquarters of the mighty 101st Airborne Division. I say chairborne simply because, like, as a grunt, I'm kind of a little bit bitter that we kind of moved away from the whole combat arms mentality of the Department of Defense and shifted into this woke DEI classroom type training. It's not the Army I came up in, but that's what happens when you have Marxists take over. So anyway, I moved out to
When did you
Fort Huachuca, Southern Arizona, here to retire. Sorry, what was that?
No, when did you start to see this transition from how you grew up in the military being trained to this DEI transition of
Obama.
classroom and
It started under Obama, and I mean really like heavily under Obama. There was a point where we had an entire month where every day we had some type of woke stand down training. At the end of that month, you can't even think about what you're seeing on PowerPoint slides anymore because you're just brain dead. You've been pounded with Marxist indoctrination so much you don't even process it anymore. So that happened under Obama.
What
That's something we've heard from many veterans that have contacted us as well, including some that work in the VA. So that, you know, they definitely ramped it up. You know, it might have been there before, but when Obama came in, you're right, that's when it all really, they ramped it up.
Yeah.
Were you ever out there in Fort Bragg by any chance, or no?
I've been down to Bragg on occasion. I mean, when you become you know, a certain rank in the military, whether it's warrant, enlisted, or officer, you do a lot of travel just because it's part of your job. So I've been down there. I think it's interesting that, yeah, it's a win that it's named Fort Bragg again, but it's not General Bragg. It's like Specialist Bragg. And, you know, God rest his soul, he's a Medal of Honor recipient, absolutely deserves the honor. But it's not really Fort Bragg again, is it?
Interesting. I didn't even pick up on that. I didn't even know they had changed it back already from Fort Liberty to.
Yeah. Hegseth signed off on that. I want to say like a week and a half ago.
Oh, okay. All right. What? So, I mean, you're going 20. I mean, would you say, was it immediate or was it a few years into Obama that you started to see this transition? Was it like 2010, 2011, first term or second term?
Well, I mean, it wasn't right away when he came in on his first term, because he had not yet changed out all of the senior ranking generals and captains and admirals and whatnot. And he needed to be able to do that before they could really impact institutional change in his second term.
I mean, because this is all very foreshadowing to what leads up in 2021. 2022 with the mandates. You know, they're we look back on it now and we see them slowly installing the pillars in which to cleanse the military. I mean, that's at least how I perceive it. I'm curious your perspective. You were inside of it. How do you feel about this infrastructure they built?
Oh, the whole thing, you're spot on there. You know, the whole thing, the Marxists got in and they started hitting the military academies. And that's why, you know, CMAC specifically addresses institutional education within the DoD. It's in the terminal objectives there, because the education apparati that are used in the Department of Defense are some of the most efficient ever made. Every single soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine is typically able to take anything that they themselves were taught and in turn teach it to someone else. It's inherent in the institutional structure of the way that they do their education. And that even starts in their elementary schools on the base. But the academies are where the big changes come from, because that's where the officers are groomed and made.
You know, I sort of want to just remind people of how insane it was during COVID, because I mean, at this point, you said you were 21 years.
Yeah. Just shy of 21 total. But like I said, a few of them were reserve time or active reserve time. So it's hit or miss on the total time. During the tyranny at Fort Campbell, when all the shutdowns were going on, I was at the headquarters stationed as the G2, so the intelligence operations sergeant in charge. And I wound up taking my general officer memorandum of reprimand, framing it, and then requesting that the 2-star general sign it as my little way to protest. Because when you are a senior NCO, it's really difficult for them to like administratively punish you unless you're straight up committing a felony. And I was well within my constitutional rights on all of my dissent.
So how did the process start for you? Like when you found out that the mandates came down, how were you approached?
I was overseeing roughly 73 soldiers at that time as the platoon sergeant for the G2, and I immediately discouraged all of them from taking it. I showed them the science behind the mRNA and the self-replicating nanotechnology that also self-aligns, mind you, into creating more little mRNA nanobots. But so I showed them, I basically educated everybody on how this is a bioweapon, gave my bona fides for the time that I had done with the Ebola mission, and tried to, encourage soldiers to stand the line. But unfortunately, it came down to it that when I moved out here, I was the only one left. At least I thought I was the only one. I've since reestablished on X contact with Lieutenant Colonel Brad Miller, and he also was refusing. He was relieved of his battalion command, and he went through a lot. So I had it relatively easy compared to a lot of the stories that I've heard. However, financially, they did screw all of us. I don't get any of my retirement.
Well, and we'll get to that too. But we see all these clips today of federal employees crying about being laid off and sobbing about not having a career to fall back on, and it's just it absolutely drives me insane, because where were these people crying for you? You know what I mean? Like there was, and just to give you an idea, here's straight from the White House.
Dedicated to the military departments is to execute this mandatory vaccination program with obviously skill and professionalism, which we always do, but also with a measure of compassion. And so for
were they compassionate to you, Ghost?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, towards the end, when I was out processing from Fort Campbell, because I was a known dissenter and really the only one left unvaccinated, when I was going through doing my out processing, they had me escorted around by MPs. So
really,
yeah, I kind of felt like a criminal a little bit. But going back to the DEI thing, one of my soldiers was a biological male who, after a block leave period, showed up with like these gigantic breasts and started demanding that we refer to him as a female. And as a leader, if I were to try and challenge that at that time, I would have been like destroyed. Like there's absolutely no way that you can lead a soldier like that. You can't do the DEI woke type of leadership with them, because they'll find fault with you on that. You can't do the hardcore leadership, military leadership that's needed, because they'll find fault with that. Either way, so I just wound up telling this soldier, do whatever you feel like you need to do.
Member who still objects. Now, obviously, you can ask for an exemption on religious grounds, and you certainly could be exempt if you have a pre-existing condition that your doctor advises you not to get it, obviously. But if it's
I just pause it real quick. It's so telling when he says pre-existing condition and points to his heart.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, I mean, that's subconsciously, because he knows what's going on. Way back then, they knew this caused heart issues. And so subconsciously...
to get it, obviously. But if it's an objection outside those two frameworks, the individual will be offered...
Well, let me pause it right there. Did you take religious exemption or try that route?
No, because I'm a firm believer in my First Amendment rights, and I don't have to request a religious exemption because I am allowed the freedom to exercise any religion however I see fit. And it is none of their business how I do that.
Now,
and that was established
me
a
go
long
back.
time ago.
Let me
I'm
go
sorry,
back
what was
and
that?
I was just saying that was established a long time ago. You know, post World War I, these laws were established by the Supreme Court that people had freedom to, freedom of religion and to, choose what to inject into their bodies has been upheld by the Supreme Court hundreds of times in just
yeah,
the last 60
Nuremberg
years.
Accords, the Nuremberg Accords, the Sixth Amendment to the Constitution. I mean, the fact that people and soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines were not educated on their own sovereignty of bodily autonomy is insane.
now, I agree with you. Now, let's go back a little bit. Why were you against the vaccine in the first place? What was it? Was it how fast they rolled it out? Was it the emergency authorization? Was it you just didn't like vaccines from the beginning because you knew the true history of them, or a combination of, like, what was it for you specifically that made you not want to take it?
So that's actually a pretty good question. It's that I was on that Ebola response mission in 2014, and I had a family emergency and couldn't actually go to Senegal. But I was stationed in Germany at the time, and the amount of knowledge that I gained working with those people from, like I said, USAID, the WHO, the whatever the Friends something or other in Germany. There was a dozen different health organizations, like global health organizations, that had their best scientists there, and I was able to pick their brains. And so I learned about virology, and when I saw COVID come out, I knew that it was a SARS virus, the same family and category as Ebola. But the problem with Ebola is that it kills its host too fast. So it can't really be a successful virus. If you want to look at the most successful virus, look at HIV/AIDS. It takes 20 years where it can spread and replicate, and then it kills its host. And guess what? On the subject of AIDS, what do these vaccines or bioweapons, what do? They give their host AIDS, vaccine-induced AIDS. So I knew that way back then, and when I saw it come out in the world stage, it was enough for me praying and listening to what God responds back to say no. And not only no, I'm fighting against it, and I'm letting everyone that I possibly can know, screaming from the rooftop, do not put this in your body. And even after that, I go around with ivermectin and I give it to strangers who've done vaccinations on their body in Europe, because that theoretically is a cure.
I agree with you 100%. Everything you said. I pretty much knew it was bullshit from the start, and I'm not I was not trained in virology. I didn't have it. I had a sixth intuition, about it, and also how fast they rolled everything out, without going through any of the trials or anything like that. So I mean that was my reasoning. So I mean I 100% respect you for what you said. You knew it was bullshit from the beginning.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. A lot of people don't even put it together, like the simple things, like Moderna, for example, has never had a single product come to market until the corona vaccine. And then if you look at their name, RNA, modified RNA, Moderna. That's how they got their start. Their sole business model is to create mRNA bioweapons and inject them in as many people as possible, while Bill Gates and Anthony Fauci take royalties.
Exactly. And that's exactly what they are, bioweapons. I like that. Instead of calling them vaccines, call them what they are.
Well, it's actually a three-part bioweapon. So you have the initial virus, which is carried with a parasite called COVID-19. And it gets into the host and it starts spewing out SARS-CoV-2 or coronavirus, little RNA strands. And that parasite is what you need to kill to get rid of coronavirus, to get rid of the virus and get rid of the sickness. That's why ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine work so well, because they're antiparasitics. Well, the second stage of the bioweapon, or the second piece of the bioweapon, is the vaccine. The vaccine, believe it or not, was designed by the same 14 scientists who built the bioweapon in the first place in Wuhan. And they made it to where the two of them link up perfectly. And then once the vaccine links up, it starts mass producing these spike proteins and further mRNA and little nanobots, and they self-replicate and make more. And there's a third stage, and I don't know what it is. I'm not smart enough. It's a trigger.
Death? Oh, no.
Yeah,
And-
absolutely. We just had one of the Pfizer, one of the Pfizer scientist guys that was a whistleblower on our show on Sunday, and he talked about that. He got into it and exactly what the effects are and how it coagulates your blood, and talking about the little strand parasites and all that. So he said he still to this day has nightmares from what he saw under the microscope, of what what they were doing.
And I mean, here's the thing. We are so lucky that we've got RFK involved with this. Trump's on the backside of this. We're getting transparency for the first time. It's slowly being leaked out, and we're 4 years past this, and I feel like it's important to go back and look at how these people who told us it was okay lied to us, because that's, to me, that's the craziest thing they're doing right now. Is they're just trying to sort of whitewash all of the propaganda they pushed on us to take this vaccine. Like, oh, it wasn't that bad. Oh, we didn't say that. We didn't say that you'd lose your job. You could have gotten religious exemption, even though I'd love to see the stats of people who are given religious exemption in the military.
On that topic, the religious exemptions, they weren't approving any of them.
That's what I heard.
They weren't approving a single
So it
one,
didn't
and most
matter.
of them didn't even get past the battalion or brigade level, because the legal officer who's advising the commander is saying, oh, well, no, there's an apostrophe missing here, or there's a comma missing here, or it doesn't reference the right regulation or statute. And they would find whatever way they could, and they kicked back almost every single one of them. It was less than 100 overall, I think, that were approved.
Yeah, I was curious because I had heard rumors that it was close to nil, but yeah, that sort of.
And that's the other reason I didn't, even attempt to do one.
Yeah.
Right? Like, A, I shouldn't have to, and
No.
B, I knew there was almost zero chance of it getting approved.
Here's a little tidbit, little tidbit here.
Protecting themselves, but reducing their transmission to other people and allowing society to get back to normal.
We can kind of almost see the end. We're vaccinating so very fast. Our data from the CDC today suggests, that vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick.
Getting vaccinated and getting a booster shot when eligible can save your life and protect you and your family and friends from getting seriously ill and spreading infection.
What do you think the probability is? 80%?
Personally, I think it's 100%. I think that there's a reduction in transmission.
Right.
We, on Mystics and Mythos, we have one of our earlier episodes is on the Marxist propaganda model. And all the documentation that people like me saved from the military issuing all these illegal orders, I have files tabbed out and ready to go. Like, okay, you want COMCAP and CMAC to happen? Then we're ready. And I know that I'm not the only one.
Well, and it seems like Trump is going to help you guys out with that too. I know, Project, you pulled this clip up here. Was this last night?
This was from CPAC. Yeah. When he gave his speech at CPAC. Right. Let's go ahead and listen to it real quick.
This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. This week, I will reinstate any who.
Yeah, he's an awesome president. He's crushing it so far.
Absolutely. I hope he follows through with that, because I know you told me, didn't you say something about you were trying to get back in and your recruiter keep denying you or something?
Yeah, so that's kind of an ongoing thing right now that's hopefully gets a little more attention, because so I had mentioned that there were roughly 8,000 service members who were involuntarily discharged for refusing the mandate. That's relatively small pool compared to everybody else voluntarily discharged, or like in my case, my contract they just let it terminate. So there's a small group, and that group is the career officers, NCOs, and warrants, the career service members who were 15 to 20 years. Those are the 8,000 that they discharged, because most of them were indefinite on their contracts, and so they have no other way but to kick them out. And that group of people then went, like me, and filed for their disability claim with the Veterans Affairs Administration. That gave us a disability rating for the time that we did in our service, or for all the service that we did. That disability rating is now preventing us from President Trump's reinstatement executive order. I have been in contact with the Army recruiter here in town to start the process of re-entering, and as soon as he typed in my name and my social security number, my VA disability shows up, and his system automatically disqualifies me from reinstatement. So I'm not entirely sure how President Trump and SecDef Hegseth are going to figure that one out, because even if the recruiters do want to help these service members reinstate into the ranks, they're not able to do it, because we all pretty much have VA disability ratings now. We had to do something to make money when they stole everything from us.
So it sounds like you fell through kind of a loophole or technicality to where even what Trump wants to do, it looks like there's obstacles in the way that are going to have to be looked at, and they're going to have to come up with a solution for that.
Right. And I'm kind of putting my example out, in the public sphere a little bit, because, like I said, I know that there are roughly 7,999 other service members in a very similar, if not the same situation, and maybe they just haven't, made it that far along the process with Human Resources Command and recruiters to be able to have figured out where this stop is. But initially, there are so many administrative loopholes that the Undersecretary of Defense put in his memorandum after Secretary Hegseth issued his and President Trump issued his. And it seems like the president's order is very open and vague, and then it's going down and more and more restrictive, until when it gets finally down to the service members who it impacts, none of us are qualified.
Well, that's a huge problem, and that's something that we need to fix. And hopefully, we have pretty big reach in this show. I mean, we have over 7,000 people watching right now. And by the time our stream's done with, we usually get anywhere from 80 to 100,000 people that see it, by the time it's over with. So hopefully this will get to Pete. Hopefully this will get to Elon. Hopefully this will get to Trump, to get to anybody else that needs.
Yeah, and part of all of this, I really appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity, because that group of service members who is wanting to be reinstated, wanting to give back to our country. We love serving our nation. We love America. I mean, we are patriots. That's why we did so long in the military. That's why we did the tough assignments. That's why, people like Jordan Carr still beat feet every day out there on X, fighting for that group. And even the ones who voluntarily separated, the 50, 60,000 of them, fight for them. There are people who are injured permanently, service members that gave their lives to serving our country, and they are bedridden for life now, for what little life they have left because of that illegal mandate. And so because we want to give back and we want to help out our comrades and brothers and sisters in arms, I thought that CMAC would be a perfect avenue. We can take our experience, our knowledge, and our vast assignments and potential for military advancement, and we can give back without being reinstated into the military because of our disabilities disqualifying us. And CMAC, please feel free to go ahead and share this as wide and far as possible. I really appreciate that. I'm hopeful that somebody who's smarter and in a better position to kind of be the public face for this thing jumps in, because like I said, I look like I should be begging for change outside.
No, you're fine, brother. Well, explain to us, for layman's people here, explain to us what CMAC is and what your vision for it is, because it has a lot of different terms and stuff in here, but just broadly kind of summarize, like what is it, what would it do?
Well, the best way that I have been able to relate it to the civilian world, because I'm still, even though I've been out a few years, indoctrinated from the military, so it escapes me to explain it in civilian terminology. If you can picture what DOGE is doing to all of the different organizations and agencies all over, and just peeling back all of those layers, getting down to the rot that's at the core. That's kind of what CMAC is going to do for the DoD. And DOGE could do it on its own for the DoD, except they lack military experience. And in order to truly fix the DoD, you need to be able to have the vast military experience that's represented, with the people that I've already mentioned, to be able to assist the DOGE team in going in and auditing the DoD at large. And so you would have essentially 5 to 10 man teams or personnel teams. I don't want to be sexist or anything, but we can do that now that the woke era is over. It's 5 to 10 man teams going around to all of these different command headquarters, and then they basically root out all of the DEI Marxist commanders that Obama and Biden had installed throughout the ranks, targeting the legal officer corps, the JAG officer corps first, because obviously that's where a lot of the holdups come. And then once they do that, and they go through and identify all of the Marxist DEI illegal corruption that's been going on in the various different COCOMs, which is combatant commands or MACOMs, major commands, then they self-terminate. They do like a final presentation for the American people to see that their military is now functioning and keeping them safe at night and not meddling in foreign affairs and wars in other countries that we have no business being involved in, but simply defending this country. And so at the end of that, it terminates, and it's no longer a thing, because the last thing that we need is one more lasting agency to grow out of control in the Leviathan that is the United States government.
Amen to that, brother. I mean, it sounds like a wonderful thing to have. And I agree with you. We need veterans, people, maybe not, just we need military, people that have the experience in the military, whether it be veterans or whatever, to be able to understand and process what's going on, to know what needs to be looked at, what needs to be uncovered. Because where the bodies are buried, pretty much, and DOGE doesn't know that.
Right. And so, what we're hopeful is that, there will be some traction coming behind this, and Elon and his team and Secretary Hegseth and his team will kind of come together and go, Gulf of America got started from one of the Posobiec brothers mentioning it on the back of a wave runner, and now we renamed that body of water that. So CMAC might be able to get some traction and actually fix our corrupt DoD, because if you think that the USAID numbers that are coming out or these other agency numbers that are coming out are big. The DOD budget is like $800 billion or $900 billion a year now. What do you think they're going to find in that cluster?
I mean, do you honestly think they'll be able to peel this back, or do you think?
I mean, you know, someone at least has to try, because it was our founding fathers who tried and stood up and did the right thing over what, 9% tax. And so this is something that's far more draconian and tyrannical than what they were going through. And it doesn't seem that we have a whole lot of people who are trying, except, like I said, the ComCap group is doing wonders with holding accountability to military leaders and holding them accountable, rather. But they don't have necessarily a way to take a sledgehammer to the DOD and kind of pound out all those dents that are going on.
And like you mentioned a minute ago, with their super inflated budget and everything, this story I just uncovered and released 2 days ago. This article I wrote, where I uncovered a OIG report for the DOD that was just released, where turns out that all these high-ranking Pentagon officials were using their taxpayer-funded credit cards to gamble and drink alcohol and, you know, buy strippers and everything else.
I mean, it's a good bet right there. That's
I give you one example from personally that I had a hand in helping expose back in the day. So it's long enough time has passed, I think. Anyway, we had a lieutenant colonel, and he was our battalion commander, and all of the reserve soldiers would come into town and stay at hotels, and the government funded hotels because they're from all over, you know, the Southwest. And this lieutenant colonel had thought it a good idea to put all of the points for the hotels onto his personal accounts. And he didn't necessarily steal any money, but that's still illegal. And that's that type of crony corruption. If that's the one that he got caught on, what was he doing on all the rest of the time leading up to that in his career that led him to be able to do that croniness? So, and that was a lieutenant colonel. Think about as you go up, colonel, general, 2-star, you know, major general, lieutenant general, it's just going to keep getting worse. And especially since most of those senior generals and admirals and even colonels are Obama era appointees and Obama era promotees, that there's no way. And that actually, you know, you just sparked a thought here. That's the biggest reason none of us are going to go and do this reinstatement thing that President Trump is offering, is because the leaders who kicked us out before and persecuted us and had me followed around or escorted around like a criminal at Fort Campbell. As a decorated senior non-commissioned officer, I was treated like a criminal. Those same leaders, they're still in. And even more so, they've been promoted. Why would I want to go work for them again?
Well, I will say this. Trump and Hegseth they do appear to be cleaning house. They're firing people left and right over there at the DOJ. I mean, not the DOJ, the DOD, including the Secretary of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Just fired him. Apparently, you know, they were involved in a coup, trying to, you know, hold a coup against Trump. So, you know, Trump is not playing. You know, they're in there and they're cleaning house. So I think they're weeding out. I think it'll get a lot better. I think things are going to start getting better on that front. We're going to start getting all those Obama era people out.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and that's the thing that, you know, we also have to keep in mind is that we're still only a month in. I mean, he's already done so much in a month. You want to talk about Operation Warp Speed? Oh my goodness. But we're only a month in, and the DOD is such a massive behemoth of a corrupt organization that it's going to take a while. if it's ever even possible, like you alluded to earlier.
Well, and it reminds me of the Moses syndrome, like the Israelites crossed the Red Sea, and 2 weeks later they're like, screw it, let's go back. It's too long. It's like this. Literally, God split a sea. So, I mean, what more evidence do you need to know that you're going to be taken care of? And I hope that's the case here with Trump, where it's like we're 30 days in, and he's done more than I've ever seen in my lifetime a president do, and be public about it and hold press conferences every night. I mean, it's an amazing thing to see developing.
Oh, and he's still out there like trolling people too.
Yeah.
What does he just jump on Twitter and like troll people from the Oval Office or something? It's awesome.
Yeah,
I love it. Bring back mean tweets. We all love the mean tweets.
Yeah.
So hopefully, I mean, and a lot of this is uncovering, and shows like yours and shows like ours, just letting people know what happened, because a lot of people, they're traumatized from that. They had their own trauma they went through with COVID, and to understand the grand scale of what happened to our military, and really it was a washing out of ideology via vaccination. And it installed a whole new ideology into the military, and it's suffered ever since. And
yeah, because the number one group of people who refused the vaccine were Christians. They knew what they were doing. The Marxists had it planned out. And we haven't even seen the actual damage from that bioweapon yet. When Pfizer and Moderna were doing their clinical trials on animals, which, by the way, not a single one survived past 5 years. So that's where they're getting this delta of a 2 to 5 year delta after vaccination. I think the time decreases the more boosters you had, but I've barely graduated high school, so don't take my word for it,
Hey, I'm right there with you, buddy. But it doesn't matter what you graduated. What mattered is you surrounded yourself by people who understood what was going on, and you took in all of these different opinions, and you could sort through who was bullying you because of monetary gain or because of ideological gain, and who was sounding the alarm. And we all got to sit there and observe doctors just get zeroed out of social media. They'd post one video and then you never saw them again. And we go to clip that video and it was gone, 6 hours later. These are conditions that were, 1984 Soviet style, Nazi. I mean, it was all name a totalitarian government with, Germany now, for Christ's sakes. If Kamala had been elected, we'd be Germany now. We'd have SWAT teams running into people's houses for mean tweets. That's how close we were. And so, now we're starting. Thank God for X. These doctors and people that were silenced have some sort of platform to at least get their voice heard. And thankfully, we have someone who's not bought and paid for by we have someone in charge of inspecting pharmaceutical companies who the pharmaceutical companies hate. And nothing brings me more joy than that, So I think, if he can prove these, I didn't see the long-term vaccine injury for people who in the military who took it and to stay in, but it's got to be hundreds of thousands.
It's coming too. The big wave is coming. We're only at year 3 after year 4, entering into year 4 since the mass vaccination campaigns, and the delta for serious injury and death is 2 to 5 years. So we're not yet to the point where you're going to start seeing the 2.8 billion people who put that thing in their body really be affected by it. And, hopefully enough people go and research ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and decide that they want to live.
Yeah, it's funny how much they mocked it until they needed it.
Right? It was the cheapest thing out there. That's why.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and
it's crazy that you couldn't even talk about any of that back during COVID. You know, your show, like my show, was banned. You could, like, everything's censored. You could not talk about it. You were shouted down if you tried to talk about it on the street with people. You know, you were shouted down if you tried to do it on social media. You were banned or censored. I mean, that was the closest we got to Gestapo level censorship in this country. I mean,
yeah,
hell,
that's actually why I was surprised you guys do your thing on YouTube, because ours is on Rumble, following the Russell Brand path there. Because YouTube I was afraid we were going to get censored. Didn't even bother.
I tell you, the last time I've gotten one strike on YouTube in 4 years, and it makes me feel like I haven't done my job good enough. But here's my thing. My one strike I got was a reel, a 10-second reel of Bill Gates talking about the vaccine. And I got struck for vaccine misinformation. No commentary, nothing. Just Bill Gates telling how we need to inject every kid with a vaccine. That was it. And it's so I mean, what, I'm proud of it. I wear it with but as far as Rumble goes, Project's been working on me to go over there just because, first of all, I wanted to be an audio only show, Ghost. I am not meant for visual, but I was bullied into it. And so now, I'm
a slave driver.
I was bullied into showing my face. But no, we're thinking of creating a 24/7 stream because we've got 4+ years of content, and this show, we have just amazing interviews with people who have survived so much. And it's not only that, Ghost, but it's you went through it and you came. What I really appreciate is that you come through it and you're not bitter, but you're looking for a solution. You're looking for ways to make it right. You're looking for ways to help everyone, not just lament your situation. And that's very Jordan Peterson-esque, where it's like, look around and how do we clean our own room? And
yeah, well, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. I'm a firm believer of a tree that has the ability to produce fruit is called to produce fruit. So if I have the skill set to be able to give back to my nation and my brothers and sisters in arms who were also affected and continue to be affected by their inability to be, receiving back pay and to be reinstated and have their service time credited, if I can use anything that I have, all of which comes from God, so he uses it, and if it helps others, I'm all for that. And in regards to CMAC, the Civilian Military Advisory Corps, most senior and career service members are already advisors. That is the role of a senior non-commissioned officer in the military, is to be the senior enlisted advisor to the commander. That's what a sergeant major does. That's what a master chief does. That's their role. So take that same role and let them go out and actually teach commanders how to command again. Let them go out and give back. Let us go out and give back to where we can get that back pay that the president has promised us. We can receive our service time credited that the president has, said he was going to give us. And at the same time, we're giving back to where when my son, who's 8, and my daughter, who's 7, are old enough to join the United States military, I want to be able to tell them, hey, I did this, and although it went through some trouble, we're back on track now. So I think that you would really benefit from serving in the U.S. military. I want my children and the legacy that we have to be proud of military service again. Make the military great again.
Well, and that's really
it's all about that next generation.
Yeah, and our military's really been abused. They we did a research on from 2001 to present, total casualties and involvements in battles we've been in, or wars or operations, is like 10.5 million people have died. That's World War I numbers, in 25 years. And that has long lasting issues on generations in your home country. Like that comes with a price. And listen, if we have to protect ourselves, I want the most powerful, well-trained military. But what happened, what destroyed this military was you allowed ideological and personal finances to get involved, and you sent these guys willy-nilly all over the world, and then instead of at least paying them out, you forced a vaccine that'll kill them, so you don't have to pay them out. It's one of the it's it's horrible, Ghost. I'm sure I know you know it, but yeah, it just, as you play through what they did to this 2000, all these people that signed up for 9/11. And I know we're not going to get on that here on this show, but and then to send them everywhere and do this and then poison them after 20 years, which is what they did.
Well, don't get me wrong. I had a blast in Afghanistan, bro. My beard was, almost as long as it is now. And when I say I had a blast, I mean that literally. I had a blast. That was back when it was still a little wild and untamed, I guess. As soon as Obama went in, he was having us read Miranda rights to enemy combatants in a war zone.
I shouldn't laugh.
These aren't even guys who are covered under Geneva Conventions. There was like a non-uniformed insurgent, so they don't have Geneva Conventions protection. Yet we're having to read them their Miranda rights. So that was kind of funny.
That's crazy.
Well, yeah, they sent you on a mission that was under false pretense, and then they made it impossible for you to win it. And then they expect you to, they expect it en masse for these people to come home and reintegrate into civilian life. And as I'm sure you're aware in your community, that is it. The amount of mental distress, and that transfers generationally too. Your kids experience it, and then their kids will experience it. It takes 3 generations for that to go away. And we're starting to see the chickens come home to roost, sort of say. And if we don't get behind programs like CMAC and fix the ideology behind the military, it's just going to, I don't know who would sign up for the military. I don't know how recruiters can reach their numbers. Do you talk to recruiters? What do they tell you? Like they hit all-time highs?
The recruiters are having pretty good time right now because there's a lot of surge going on. The younger people in this country are all motivated to go and serve in President Trump's Department of Defense, whatever branch they're going into. So the recruiting numbers are skyrocketing right now. And that's kind of the other reason why, this group that's setting the ComCap, Dr. Teresa Long and Commander Ted Macy and a few others, that's why they're kind of getting their voices out there a little more, is because, the numbers are great in recruiting right now, but the ones that were injured from the vaccine in whatever way, shape, or form, it's not like a fire and forget with that executive order where we can just, it's now solved, let's move on to the next thing. And so I'm hopeful that Secretary Hegseth and President Trump and their team are doing what needs to be done, and I know that they are going to take care of us. I have faith in that. And I have faith that if anybody is going to be able to give back to their country, it'll be the ComCap crew with the declaration to keep military leaders accountable, or to hold military leaders accountable. That crew, I keep plugging them, but I wouldn't have had the ammunition that I needed at Fort Campbell at the time to educate my soldiers in my formation without the research that Dr. Colonel Teresa Long and Commander Ted Macy were publishing during that time. And they personally, I owe them for the information, the factual information about the vaccines that I was able to then take. And even though I didn't reach most of my 73 personnel formation, I got to one of them. And he pulled his re-enlistment packet. He was a junior sergeant. He pulled his re-enlistment packet, and he decided that he didn't want to continue on in the Army after 8 years. So he's still doing well. Got a baby girl. So I mean, even if you impact one, like what is it? The parable of the kid walking with his grandma and throwing starfish back into the ocean, and she says, "You'll never be able to save all of them." And he throws another one back in and goes, "But I saved that one."
Well, there's a I think it's Ezekiel. It talks about the watchman, right? And
Tattooed on my wrist.
Oh, that's always stuck to me. It's like if you know something's not right and you let it, you don't say anything. You may not wake up the town, you may not do a goddamn thing, but you can walk away from that situation being like, man, I tried my darndest. And I felt like during COVID, it was amazing the allies we got. Like who would have thought Woody Harrelson, Tucker Carlson, and Jimmy Dore would all be friends? Or
Joe Rogan, man. Joe Rogan was on the left forever, and then the vaccine thing, and he's like, "Oh, I support Trump now."
Yeah, it was everywhere. And it was fun to see. It's gotten us to meet you and you us, and we're meeting all these different alliances. The VA was experiencing the exact same issues that you guys were experiencing on the field, and my thing is like you're getting all these recruits in, and who's training them? If it's the same staff as before, that's not just not good. It's just not good.
And that's why we want CMAC, the Civilian Military Advisory Corps. That's why we want CMAC to be a thing. We hope if it's not CMAC that they go with, that they at least leverage the veteran community at large and push forward and reform within the DoD. You'll notice I have an interesting aspect to CMAC that's at the bottom right there when it comes to identifying the jobs or similar skill sets that CMAC is going to be looking for. There are no rank positions within CMAC. It doesn't have an officer enlisted warrant officer separation. It has you did this job in the military in whatever capacity, you can bring this experience to CMAC. We want you to fill this role. And the initial CMAC crew I would think that it needs to be, I wrote it out to be a board of 60. So you have 10 from each of the 6 branches. I included Space Force in this because DoD regulatory stuff going forward, it'll all have to include all 6 branches. So 10 from each branch, and they are pretty much in charge of the execution of the overall program for Trump's term here. They have 4 years to finish their task, well, a little under 4 years now to finish their task, and once they're done, they disband. In the event that the Board of Equals is what I'm calling them, because like I said, it's rank immaterial. Rank is oftentimes is a roadblock to getting things done in the military. For instance, an officer.
I got something to add on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
When it comes to having ranks or whatever, like you said, it's an obstacle because that puts your allegiance to the person above you instead of to your country or to what needs to be done. It's scary. Like people are afraid to speak up for fear of, retribution or whatever, because they have their, people above them that can make their life hell.
Yeah, exactly. And the people that are above them are going to be the ones that CMAC is trying to root out. So it needs to be similar to, like, I guess, King Arthur and Knights of the Round Table, where everyone is equal, everyone's experience and input is equally considered and equally weighed. And then in the event of any ties or disputes in the 30-30 split board of equals, you would have SecDef be the tiebreaker.
That sounds like an excellent plan. And I would implore every single one of you people watching right now, every one of you guys in the audience, all 8,400 of you, I want you to tag, repost this and tag Pete Hegseth, repost this and tag Donald Trump. We need to get this in front of them. We need to get them to take this serious, and we need to get some momentum behind this. This is how grassroots campaigns start, and we're with you, brother. We'll keep us updated with the progress of it and everything, and we will certainly post your progress and do our part to help get your story out there and whatever you need there.
No, I greatly appreciate that. Thank you, Project Constitution. And I just saw your podcast when I was invited on, so I'm not yet familiar with it yet.
Phantom Fact Society, but that's
Phantom
fine.
Fact Society. I'm following now, so we'll have to have you guys on one of our episodes one of these days here.
Sure.
I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you guys very much for having me on, and thank you for pushing CMAC and helping us get the word out there, and also for allowing me to tell my story about the hurdles I'm facing with reinstatement and receiving back pay, and really more so for those that are completely lifelong injured and debilitated. I want to see justice for them. So please, if you haven't, check out ComCap as well.
And if people want to get a hold of this or people in charge of this, how do they do that?
So we have a podcast on Rumble, Mystics of Mythos. That's mystics like shaman, and mythos being zeitgeist or spirit of the times there. And we are also on X, Mystics of Mythos, or you can go to mysticsofmythos.com or email us at mysticsofmythos@protonmail.com. We're also in BitChute and Telegram under the same name. Go figure, no one had taken Mystics of Mythos, so we were able to get it.
Gold. It's gold. I love it.
Make sure you follow him on Rumble. Check out their podcast. Definitely give these guys a like and follow. And I appreciate that. Just to speak on my co-host here real quick, he wrote a lot of the doctrine that we currently use in the Department of the Army, specifically in training military intelligence soldiers. He was the architect of a lot of that program. And so the experience that we are able to share on our podcast, we hope is beneficial to others out there. And like I said, we're still working on using our civilian terminology. It'll probably take another 20 years to get it out.
It's all right. We appreciate you trying to meet us in the middle, bud. So, well, thanks again so much, Ghost. We really appreciate you. Go check them out at on X Myth of Mythos. That's Ghost, co-host of the Myth of Mythos podcast.
Thank you so much for coming. And also, everybody, while we're at it, needs to go check out Phantom Fact Society right here. My man Corey.
Appreciate that.
He's been putting in the work. He's really been stepping up his game here lately. He's been doing nightly shows instead of just weekly shows. Well, almost nightly, I'd say.
Well, we're trying out Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for the number one night show on X. We were so close yesterday or Monday, but try again to tonight. We've got some good stuff on superstitions and Moses and the Red Sea. So,
what starts 9 o'clock tonight Eastern time, 9 o'clock, right?
And 9 o'clock Central time.
Central time. Okay.
Yep. It's a late night show for all late night workers out there. So, once the news of the day is all done and you got nothing to listen to but recycled talk shows, come listen to us on Phantom Fact Society. we'll keep you entertained, and we love call-ins. So people that have opinions or knowledge on a matter, we call us 1-833-Phantoms, or you can click on our StreamYard link and join the show that way. So that's really the show is made by the listeners, just like this one is too. I mean, really, Project puts out great content, and we're value for value here. If you feel like listening to Ghost tell you about how they single-handedly dismantled the military and how him and his group are putting it back together, I mean, if that has value, I mean, that's, what's the cost of a movie now? When's the last time you've been to a movie, Project?
It's been a few years, but even back then it was like $15.
Yeah, I mean, now it's my girlfriend loves the movies, and it's at least $50 each time we go for a crappy 3-hour movie where I know the plot within the first 5 minutes. And so if we have more value than that, spare your girlfriend the movie. This is horrible advice on my anniversary, I must say. But and I
happy
love
anniversary,
Thank
brother.
you. It's with
happy
research
anniversary
director.
to the missus too.
Well, she needs it more than I do, because here I am doing the good fight, and she fully supports it. And I'm very blessed to have that, because she understands the severity of crimes that were committed to civilians, to people in the military, not to just people who decided not to get vaxxed, but to people who were forced to get vaxxed, to support their families, and now are vaccine injured. There has to be accountability at all facets, and Project Constitution and the Talking Heads, we take great pride in being able to amplify these stories to the best that we can, and we've done our part. Now it's up to you guys watching. Do you share this? Do you tag Secretary Hegseth? Do you tag President Trump? Do you tag your congressman? We've done our part, and we're begging you guys to do your part.
Absolutely, I couldn't have said it better myself. And we are a fan-funded podcast and channel, and even the journalism, everything we do here is fan-funded. So we can't do it without the support of people like you. We don't take special interest dollars. We don't take big corporate dollars. We don't have sponsors. So the only way we can do what we do is through support of people like you. So we greatly appreciate it when you help us. If you could drop a few bucks in the cash apps, which are scrolling on the bottom of the screen there. You could also I sell digital products on the website, which helps teach people their rights, exactly what to say when dealing with police, to help you, assert your rights and protect yourself, because there are a lot of bad police in the world. And I know, the right is generally pretty back the blue, but there are still a lot of bad police. It's definitely more than just one bad apple out there, and we all need to protect ourselves on that. So one of the ways you can do that is by getting the products that I sell. I sell a trifold and cop cards, which, like I said, teach you exactly what to say word for word to the police when you're stopped, to help enact your rights. And so you could do that. We also have a Patreon. You could join the Patreon, which is patreon.com/Project Constitution, or @Project Constitution. I think it's one of the two. I'm sorry. I just set it up. You guys will find it.
It's been late nights for both of us, and so
just put it in the old Googler.
Yeah. Googler. Oh man.
But
yeah, check all. I mean, and honestly, dude, like, it's great value for that digital download. So.
And if you one thing that we're doing now is if you join the Patreon, we at the $20 contribution or above, we're giving you every single thing that we sell on the website digitally for free. as a thank you, and that's a $36 value. So, you know, for the cost of your, and you can cancel, by the way, if you just, you know, want to do it just to get the products cheaper, you're more than welcome to
100%.
do that.
100%.
You know, you could save money doing it that way, but either way, we appreciate your help. But
we're just saying we're poor.
yeah, or poor. And honestly, there's no barrier to entry either. If you're honestly, if you're poor and you can't afford the product, send me an email. I'll send them to you anyway for free. Because I want to help people. I want you to be able to learn your rights.
Well, and I listened to this great podcast called No Agenda, and their model is the value for value. But they have this the 3 T's: time, talent, or treasure. You know, and if you can support us with treasure financially, we appreciate it. If you can support us with your time, you know, do you find interesting articles? Have you found interesting people on X that need to get their voices amplified? Send us that stuff, and we'll reach out to them. That's one way you can donate to this show. And then
that's
talent.
one of the great. Well, that's one of the great things about the Patreon as well is you have direct access. You know, there's a chat room, you know, in there that we're connected to, or I'm trying to get Corey connected to it. I'm connected to it right now, but he'll be connected to it as well.
I hate technology. I just want the world to know this. I'm doing this I started this podcast kicking and screaming because I hate every aspect of technology. I hate social media, but we were being lied to on a grand scale, and it's just the price you have to pay for this, you know. So, but I suppose I could join yet another chat.
You know, I'm the same way, brother. That I got into it for pretty much the same reasons as you. But yeah, the Patreon, you can join there. You get direct access to us. You can talk to us if you have stories that you want us to cover. There's a whole thread in there where you can submit your stories, you know, that you want us to cover. If you have, you know, somebody that's doing the work you want us to look at, or if you yourself have a bombshell story or something you want us to show, or you want to come on the podcast. So it's a great way for you to connect with us as well. And you can also join as a free member and still get the videos and everything, because nothing's behind a paywall as far as that. We don't believe in paywalls, so you know, you can still watch any of our videos or anything on there. But the contribution is just for people that want to help and want to do their part to help support us and also have access to us. It helps you. You know, we're here for you guys. You know, we have this platform and we want to use it for good. You know, we want to do something good with it. And that's why we're trying to cover these stories and amplify the people that need to be amplified.
Yeah. Yep. 100%. 100%.
And I think that's all we got for this show, really. We can tease them a little bit about what we got coming up Sunday, as well as a show we have coming up later this week. We haven't picked a date yet, but another show that we've been talking about doing. You want to do that?
Why do I got to do the tease? You do the tease. You're a great tease.
I am a tease. I'm a huge tease. That's what all the boys telling me anyway, you know.
Have you seen that guy that's a
My
Russian?
milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
Have you seen that Russian dude that dresses up as a chick on chat, and he'll be talking to someone in a girly voice, and all of a sudden in the middle of the conversation he goes, "But I'm Russian. I don't know what you're talking about." Oh,
yeah,
it's great.
Yeah, I saw that.
Is that what you're doing to me? Is this what's going on here? Is this why we never see the face of Project Constitution? Don't blame your internet. Don't blame your internet.
You know?
I knew it. Either way, doing good work. Doesn't matter how them refer to themselves.
Yeah, in all seriousness, I'm just joking there, you know. But if you know, honestly, I don't have a problem with what you want to be or who you want to be, and your privacy of your own home, or you know, whatever. Just don't, even in public, just don't push it on us. Like if you want to be gay,
don't be a Jehovah's Witness about it. You know, don't come knocking on my door telling me I need to fucking have gay orgies in my front yard. That's all I'm asking for, man.
Exactly.
You
Don't
know,
push it on our schools. Don't try to indoctrinate our kids. Don't try to put your
don't
woke,
pay our
gay
television.
shit.
Yeah, don't
Don't
pay our
try to put-
television shows to support it. You know, let things happen naturally. Let the American psyche pick it.
That's what I was getting to. Every TV show you see nowadays, that's all they got. In the TV, they always got to put a gay guy in it, and dudes kissing, and woke shit in every single episode. And the writers are just, it's all garbage. And I don't even watch TV. Honestly, I haven't watched TV in 4 years, and that's why.
Well, and if you go to Spotify, people, and check out our episode on Phantom Fact Society, P is for propaganda.
You're on Spotify?
Yeah. We're on all the major podcast players. So check us out. And we've got hundreds of content that's just audio only before we went to video. So but we cover one called P is for propaganda, and it discusses how the US government, after the Smith-Mundt Act was revised, got the Broadcasting Board of Governors to start giving subsidies to studios that created shows and movies that supported the LGBTQ plus lifestyle. And so these Hollywood agencies were getting subsidized to produce these televisions. That's why you saw this slow increase. It wasn't slow. That's why you saw this immediate, like, season 2, everyone's gay all of a sudden, or that's just, that was the reason behind it. Everyone that thought it was suspicious, it was our government paid for us to be propagandized. So that's just
100%.
the nature of the situation. Anyway, but yeah. All right. Well, are we good to sign off here?
Well, we haven't teased yet. I still got to tease.
My bad.
So yeah, we went off in the weeds a little bit. I gotta get back.
We did.
Gotta get back to the meat and potatoes here.
Get back.
So this Friday, Friday. What the hell? It's been a long day, folks. Okay, it's been a long day. Don't mind me. It's been a long day. But anyway, so this Friday, damn it, I did it again. This Sunday. Our podcasts are always on Sundays, except for obviously today. This is a special episode.
But
yep. But this Sunday we're gonna have Hadassah Feinberg on, which you guys may be familiar with her story. You may not. But she just filed a criminal complaint against Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania, and implicated him in the assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. And she's got a lot more that ties into that, with how she's been targeted personally, with her children, and uncovering major sex trafficking rings within the CPS. So it's going to be a great show, a bombshell show, and you don't want to miss it.
And that will be later in the evening too.
Yeah. By the way, we to accommodate her, we pushed our show back. We normally air at 7:00 p.m. Eastern time on Sundays, but on this Sunday we will be airing at 9:00 is when we're going live, Eastern time. So 2 hours later, but it's worth it. So I urge you all to stay up and watch it with us, because it's going to be a bombshell show, and I guarantee you don't want to miss it. If you're like us and you want to get to the bottom of the assassination attempt, and you long suspected Shapiro, she comes with the receipts of exactly why and how everything is connected. And you're going to find out right here on our show on Sunday.
Sounds good, man. And don't forget, later tonight, 9 p.m. Central, 10 o'clock, the #1 live show on X. As we're going to go down some deep spiritual rabbit holes.
Yeah, make
tonight.
sure you cover his show tonight, Phantom Facts, on X and YouTube. They have a good show tonight. I want to see, hopefully, all 9,400 of you will go and tune into his show tonight. And with that, I think we're pretty much wrapped up.
All right, man. Have a good night.
You too. I love you all. I appreciate you all. Thanks for watching. We're gonna end it tonight because that Michael Moore is in the news again for some absolutely absurd statements that he said. So we are going to end the show tonight on an outro clip. This is a campaign ad that I made for Trump maybe 4 months ago, 3 months ago, 4 months ago. So I edited this myself and put everything together, and I'm very proud of it. And this is actually what started me and got me on the map here on X. So we're gonna end with this. Okay. Oh, by the way, and the reason we're ending, how it ties into Michael Moore is the one whose voice it is. It's not AI. It's actually Michael Moore's voice. This is a speech that he gave during one of his shows that he did that were aired as part of his anti-Donald Trump podcast. And it really is spot on with the MAGA movement. And I can't believe that the words actually came out of his mouth. Because listening to this, you would think he was the biggest supporter of Trump in the world. But so without further ado, I'm going to play this on our way out here for you guys. So here we go.
Donald Trump came to the Detroit Economic Club and stood there in front of the Ford Motor executives and said, if you close these factories as you're planning to do in Detroit, and build them in Mexico, I'm going to put a 35% tariff on those cars when you send them back, and nobody's going to buy them. It was an amazing thing to see. No politician, Republican or Democrat, had ever said anything like that to these executives. And it was music to the ears of people in Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. He's saying the things to people who are hurting. And it's why every beaten down, nameless, forgotten working stiff who used to be part of what was called the middle class loves Trump. He is the human Molotov cocktail that they've been waiting for. The human hand grenade that they can legally throw into the system that stole their lives from them. Although they lost their jobs, although they've been foreclosed on by the bank, next came the divorce, and now the wife and kids are gone. The car's been repoed. They haven't had a real vacation in years. They're stuck with the shitty Obamacare bronze plan where you can't even get a fucking Percocet. They've essentially lost everything they had, except one thing. The one thing that doesn't cost them a cent and is guaranteed to them by the American Constitution, the right to vote. They might be penniless, they might be homeless, they might be fucked over and fucked up. It doesn't matter, because it's equalized on that day. A millionaire has the same number of votes as the person without a job. One. And there's more of the former middle class than there are in the millionaire class. The dispossessed will walk into the voting booth, be handed a ballot, close the curtain, and take that lever, or felt pen or touchscreen, and put a big fucking X in the box by the name of the man who has threatened to upend and overturn the very system that has ruined their lives. Donald J. Trump. They see that the elites who ruined their lives hate Trump. Corporate America hates Trump. Wall Street hates Trump. The career politicians hate Trump. The media hates Trump. Trump's election is going to be the biggest fuck you ever recorded in human history. Donald Trump came to the Detroit Economic Club and stood